Welcome to Dark Dial.
Yeah, welcome to Dark Dial.
Welcome.
I'm Chance.
I'm Jacqueline.
I'm Gavin. I'm stuck in a CRT.
Yes.
That's a cathode ray tube. That's an old television, if you didn't know. You want to do the... okay, so we just did introductions. You can find us at places on the internet if you have the internet, which...
Do you have the internet? If you're watching us, I hope so. If you're watching us without the help of the internet, let us know. Let us know in the chat.
I'd love to know how.
That doesn't freeze for long, but you can find me at Merlin's Museum. You can find... Where, Jacqueline?
At Cryptic J on Facebook. And Chance, you still don't have anything, right?
I do. It's not completely and totally ready yet, but you can find me at 3D Arm Shop. There's an underscore where the spaces are on Twitter right now. There's going to be a little bit more on that after a while.
Perfect.
Yep, so that's where you can find us. But anyway, thanks for watching if you're out there.
Absolutely.
We appreciate it. We got some cool stuff. Should we do the let's do the thing real quick, get that out of the way?
The thing.
All right, are you guys ready?
Did we change the orders? I think
2, 1, the thing.
Subscribe,
Boom.
like.
Boom.
Like, subscribe,
Boom.
and get notifications.
Yeah, if you guys could like and subscribe and all that stuff, it really does help us out. We're a small channel trying to grow, so. Alrighty then. I'll play it once more, just for effect.
Oh god. Okay. Oh wait, I wasn't ready. Oh god.
Like, subscribe, and notify.
One day I'll have that down perfectly. I'll even know, like I'll see it in front of my person in physical reality, and I'll be able to follow along exactly. You won't even be able to surprise me with it anymore.
How you guys doing tonight?
I'm doing good, brother.
I'm doing good.
Alright.
Good Friday night.
Indeed, it always is. We're on Dark Dial.
Right?
Yeah.
I just spent the whole night with you guys.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, and honestly, I think the stream's gonna go a whole lot smoother. Last time we had a lot of problems with Rumble and stuff was just not doing so hot, and we spent a bunch of time this week trying to iron things out. So hopefully that is the case.
should be a lot more set for us, no doubt.
All right,
So, what roll of the dice of topics are we starting with today?
I got a lot of links in front of me, so you hit me and we'll do it.
Oh man. Got that same set of links.
I'm gonna open the millspaper.com.
Yeah. If
Is
you
it
want.
Miles or Mills?
It's Miles, I believe. It's a Dr. Cliff Miles. He is a paleontologist.
So these are the aliens that we talked about on
Yeah,
the first episode that we did,
The
right?
paper mache aliens
Yes,
that
yes.
the Mexican government unveiled. I know I said at some point during that show I'd do my best to find kind of a compilation of the X-rays and the medical evidence that was presented forth with these, and there was a paleontologist recently, Cliff Miles, who released a very extensive paper. It is probably close to 300 pages. It goes over a lot more than just these specimens that are presented forth in front of us, but it does have some extra literature pertaining to them and some photo evidence from those medical scans, the CT and the X-ray scans that came out of it, which just shows some very interesting findings about what's on the inside of these.
Now, we were noting about this website how it's kind of a goofy looking website builder. It looks like it's Wix.com.
Absolutely.
It's a little Mickey Mouse, as we might say, in terms of a setup.
I don't believe it.
You know,
I just don't.
There's some interesting stuff in here. I know we were talking last time, Gavin, you brought up specifically the fact that they don't have like mobile joints.
Yeah.
There are
But, we had somebody in chat bring that up. That
Okay,
was,
gotcha.
Erratikish, I believe, in the chat last week.
Well, I looked through this and I found some stuff related specifically to that. There actually does seem to be evidence in some of the higher definition x-rays of mobility in the jointed areas. There seems to be like even carpals inside of the hands, like multiple smaller bones that are connected with tendons the same way that we have in our hands.
That's interesting. Well, what's compelling to me, just on a cursory look of this, is the skull. Honestly, it looks, like I feel like you could fake a lot of bones, but skulls in particular, I don't know. That's interesting looking.
It's detailed. It's very, very detailed, and it seems to have the same almost hazy pattern that you get through.
What's this guy's name again?
Cliff Miles.
Cliff Miles?
Yes, indeed.
So, do we know his relationship to the Masan guy who's actually presenting this stuff?
That I do not. I did find and send you. I found his LinkedIn, actually.
Really? Okay. Let's check that out.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be a couple of links under that one. If you move your mouse up just a hair.
Miles paper. Oh, LinkedIn.
That one right there.
Let's check
Sure
this
enough.
out. Oh, I'm not logged into LinkedIn.
I wasn't either. That's interesting. It's very interesting.
Weird.
But yeah, so his LinkedIn, he does seem to have credentials as a paleontologist.
Get the full story on the Alien Project website.
It is a goofy website, man. It looks like...
It's basically a landing page. Honestly, it's what we need to put onto
no doubt. The next couple of links have absolutely nothing to do with this. One of them seems to be like a paleo diet link, and one of them seems to be a heartwarming Christmas story to share with your friends and family.
By Cliff Miles. Okay. So this guy kind of runs the gambit in terms of...
I respect it, though. And this isn't even his book.
Yeah.
All
He just likes it.
Some interesting...
alternative medicine there. That's what I was letting you know. The website does seem to be a little interesting, just to give everyone, full transparency on what we're looking at when we actually dig into this paper a little bit. You can come here and find it yourself. There's a little kookiness going on, but the paper itself is a level of professionalism above what we're seeing on that website. I can tell you that for sure.
Yeah. I mean, with this being such a pop sensation, it's kind of hard for us not to cover it.
Especially when there's something this big dropping about it.
Yeah, we're trying not to drill it into the ground, but I mean, it's a big deal. When Wendy's tweets about it, something's there.
Well, and I've seen it all over social media in the last few weeks.
People are interested in it. It is interesting. I'm interested in it. I'm very skeptical still, but...
The more I look into things, the more skeptical I become. This paper does remove a tad bit of that skepticism, I'm not going to lie to you.
So the Alien Project, is that just kind of the larger name?
Seems to be of like an organization that is kind of dedicated to this kind of research.
It does seem like they're specifically... He talks about chronology.
I like that guy. He looks like Steve Irwin for Aliens.
He does. He looks like he belongs on, like, History Channel, you know? Definitely a face for the History Channel. Interesting.
Hold on,
breakdown.
was that guy? His name starts with an M. The gentleman you keep referencing?
Masan?
Yeah, is that him two down? Was that him, or am I just...
No, I don't
Okay, you were scrolling real fast, I couldn't tell her.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. I was just going to kind of go through
this.
No,
you're good.
Because this is an interesting timeline of events here. Outstanding press conference organized. Nazca three-fingered mummies.
And
launch an international call for researchers from around the world to join them in the scientific study. So, I mean, they're dating this. The beginning of this timeline is well after when we know that these mummies were first
found.
Yeah, discovered. And there's some questions about the credibility of the guy who did discover these. Like, he was involved in a number of different, like, archaeological hoaxes.
Yeah, I looked into him a little bit more after last episode, and I saw that it's more than a couple. Like, he's been around in that world. People know his name for sure.
Local officials of the Ministry of Culture make again an attempt to recover the mummies. But UNICA officials refuse to be intimidated. So what's UNICA?
We are about to find out. I will let you know.
Yeah.
So we are looking at...
The police raid on the premises of a university is a first in Peru for decades. I mean, that's fishy. the police were coming after these things, like
Police raid. That's interesting. So
the
I'm seeing
I'm assuming when they say the Ministry of Culture, we're talking about a government entity. So the government wanted
Ministry
these things.
of Culture.
That sounds
Is that not the
so-
most 1984?
Yeah, it's very Orwellian. It's very Orwellian. The Ministry of Culture.
From what I'm seeing, Unica, there are two things that I'm seeing, and I think the one that's referencing this is a network of universities from the capitals of Europe. The other
Okay.
one is an enterprise marketing software firm.
Well,
So I'm gonna lean on, is Peru's in Europe?
yeah, I'm gonna say it's not the software firm. Officials from the Ministry of Culture burst into the premises of the National University San Luis.
By a lawyer
Gonzaga?
and several police officers. That is interesting.
Tridactyl mummies. What is
Three fingers.
tridactyl? Oh, okay. Like a pterodactyl. Is that
Yep.
why that has the name?
Terra means flight, I want to say.
I don't know. Terra bird is what I think of. I mean, Terra means Earth, but the incursion is illegal. It claims local. So this is very interesting. Clearly, a hot political issue in Peru. These mummies, which, if anything, it lends credibility to the case. Now we are on the-alien-project.com, so you know.
Does that lend credibility to the case?
Yeah, what sort of interest do they have in making sure that these claims look official? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but here's a document. I can't read it because it's not in
Spanish.
English, but
And see, that's the that one right there that they're showing, the one that's crouched over like that. That one's like almost distinctly different from the other ones, and I believe was found in the same time frame. I'm
wait,
not
I think it was the
100%
same
on that.
guy who brought all these up. But I don't know. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe it was the same guy that brought all. I want to say it was 5 mummies, right?
Yeah, sure enough.
That was dragged up into this machine to analyze.
It'll be interesting to find out more as the information gets released.
Whoa.
That's
What-
weird.
That doesn't. When we talk about things that work as biological entities, I don't see that working. I'm assuming they took the head off, or it came off
had to
in
have,
excavation
Something's not right.
or in transportation. Who knows?
Or shrunken heads, you know?
There you go.
Here we get interesting, right? Examination of the molecular composition of different samples. As part of the alien project, 5 samples of different parts of the body of mummies found on the site of Nazca, Peru, were sent to Professor Oliver Sear, expert at the Rene's Court of Appeal in How do you say that?
Physico-chemical?
Thank you. Yeah, that sounds about right. Physical-chemical and biological analysis and agro-food industries for examination of their molecular composition by mid-infrared spectroscopy.
Language is a virus, brother.
Again, I'm reading on a very tiny screen, and it's a white background. It's kind of thin. It's just harder for me. This technique makes it possible to identify the biochemical composition of any sample made of organic matter. The analyses, or no, is that whatever, were conducted at the. You want to take a shot?
Boy
Puy de Lôme Research Institute, UMR CNRS. Okay, in France.
Look up that institute. Let's see if they're a credible institution or if they're
Yeah, I mean, it sounds credible, but let's
it
check
does
it out.
sound credible.
Let's check it out. So, what can you make of this graph?
Nombre de onde. Centimeters. If I understood the
We need
language.
Google Translate.
absorbance. So this is just the spectrograph. It's showing the different wavelengths.
Looks like the spectrograph.
So the bottom numbers are your wavelengths of light, and the left is the rate that they're being absorbed at. So essentially what you would do is you would take this image and you would look through images of chemical compositions that were known to you, and you would find the one most similar to it, and generally that's like the layman's way of matching these up. I'm sure there's a more scientific way, but you can do visual spectroscopy.
That's what strikes me about it, is it doesn't seem like a very... I mean, yeah, there's a lot of science involved in that analysis, but it's not exactly like a CAT scan or something like that.
It is actually one of the most, in terms of identifying at least single elements, one of the most accurate methods. When you're looking at like a spectrogram of a sodium
Is
atom,
that how spectrograms work, though? They're infrared?
Some of them are infrared, some of them work in the visible spectrum. It depends on what you're looking at.
But they use light.
They use light, essentially. But a sodium atom, when you apply a certain threshold of charge to a sodium atom, the wavelength of light that it emits is going to be exactly the same every single time. And that's essentially what they're doing here, is they're charging atoms of this material up to a level that they release like a natural energy state, and they're reading what wavelengths of light come off of that, and every single atom has an individual set of wavelengths that it will like resonate, I guess is a good word for that, at when you're doing this.
I didn't know that's how spectrographs worked. I thought it was more of a, hey, we don't want to, because sometimes you'll do things to not harm the specimen, and you'll take a more hands-off approach as opposed to taking a sample, a chip off of it and throwing it into a machine.
No doubt. No, I don't think spectroscopy is necessarily a destructive process, but I don't think it is a completely passive process.
Okay.
I do believe there is change to the material in some capacity, whether it be energy flow.
So check this out real quick. This is the landing page.
Mechanical systems in marine environment.
For that, institution.
Laboratory for mechanical systems in Europe related to the engineering of materials and systems used in industrial sectors related to automobile engineering, aeronautics, health, and transport industries. And so they specialize in material science.
Yeah.
So I think that leads to a bit of credibility in terms of them being able to analyze a material sample.
Well, the bottom line is it's a private company. It didn't go to like some public university for study or anything like that. This is some sort of private company. It's interesting. What else we got here? Because this does seem pretty long. A meeting between officials at the University of Ica. Okay. Article devoted to the results announced at the conference. Wait, what? Are we going backwards in time? Yeah. Yes.
What?
Yeah, I thought we were going forwards.
I think we were at one point. I think we've entered a bell curve of time.
August 1st, August 2nd, no.
Are we going forward, backwards?
Oh, God.
We're going
sideways even in the same
time.
timeline?
I knew this would happen.
Everyone look out for the Langoliers.
We spend enough time in a CRT television, the next thing you know, you're in a freaking time loop. By the way, you guys forgot to put the goldfish pebbles into the VCR, so I'm starving.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I promise I'll feed you later.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Article devoted to the results. Yeah, okay. Presentations. I mean, most of this is pretty boring. Realization of CT scans.
Yeah, and these are some of the pictures that are in the paper as well. I mean, look at the skull there. That looks like brain matter to me.
It does look,
What's
yeah,
in the
but
bottom, though?
that doesn't mean it's an alien's brain, though. It could totally be just like a sheep brain shoved in there.
A sheep brain's that big?
Well, what they had said before was alpaca, right?
Alpaca?
Well, and that big, it's a very small specimen, so it could be. I watched a thing about an early hominid ancestor recently, and I'm back on that, by the way.
Always on that?
Always on an early hominid ancestor, and they were very small, and they had a much smaller brain size than anyone would have anticipated to have found the behaviors that they found in this early hominid species, which was basically ritualistic burials.
Are you telling me we got goblins?
Not exactly. It's more like a Homo florensis kind of like little people thing, but specifically they found this cave where they had ritualistically buried their dead.
That's interesting. The finding that's one of the first good markers of civilization developing is like how you treat your dead, being able to understand that.
Like elephants?
Yeah.
It's a higher organism like threshold. There's that one curled up. Now some of these they say are completely debunked. So I don't even know like
This looks like musculature though. Or is it just
I'm
because
with Gavin
it's
on
like
that. I don't
dyed
believe
red?
it.
I want to believe it, and maybe it's just being discredited. Maybe it's just out there, and everybody's deep. You know, like if you're a believer in Sasquatch at all, or you leave room for the possibility of a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot, you put up with debunkers a million times over. The Patterson-Gimlin footage from 1967, I want to say, which was like the original Bigfoot footage that's in like, you know, the common conception of Bigfoot. The freeze frames from that are what you always see. You see the same poses in like silhouettes on bumper
That
stickers.
very, very famous. Hold on, let me see if I can hit it real quick.
Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin shot the thing.
You think
Anyway,
he made that noise?
oh, the Bigfoot?
Yeah, when he got caught on camera, he's like, oh.
I think number one, it was a she. It was not a male. It was a female.
Are you just saying that because
No,
it
I'm not.
had boobs?
Well, yes, that is mostly why I'm saying that. Yeah. Anyway, people have claimed to have been in the patty. That's what they call the Bigfoot, the patty suit. Many people have come forward and claimed that, and then written books and gotten famous off of it.
But we've watched it how many times, and the feet and the legs and the muscly look to it. I believe it.
Yeah, we could go into that. I could pull up a stabilized version of the Patterson-Gimlin footage when we're through here, if you want, and I'll tell you a little bit what I know about it without going too deep in, because I don't have all of the dates fresh in my head. But my point is just that, like, sometimes things that are credible and that get out there in terms of a, some media presence, of course they're going to be debunked because somebody else wants to get out there in terms of media presence. So it's hard to say that alone is enough. You really need scientific papers, and that's hopefully what we're going to look at here. So
It's only a conspiracy theory until it comes true, though. So as we find out more, we'll find out what's going on.
There have been a lot of conspiracy theories that are now just what happened. You know,
especially in the last few years.
So I mean, this was going through like Mexican Congress. So this was an issue in Congress. It's not just when we were talking before, we talked about that Masan guy showing up with these and unveiling them, and it seemed like a circus sideshow.
Yeah.
And my thing was, me and you, Chance, were arguing whether or not who was controlled opposition. Was it the Masan guy and these mummies, or was it the guys who were more involved in the American congressional hearings? And this is interesting. So there have been legislation pushed through Congress specifically about these mummies.
Well, I have to imagine that this was in Peru. Is that congressman in Peru?
You're probably right. Which,
so
completely different country. Really,
but it's
far away
interesting
from
to
each
note
other.
if it is that it's done this in 2 countries now.
Why
wasn't it picked up when it went through in?
How did it get out of Peru and into Mexico? Again, this is all Spanish, so I'm just looking at this here.
Republica.
Is that Spanish or is that
is
Portuguese or?
Is Peru a
Portuguese is in
republic
Peru,
or is
right?
Mexico a republic?
I have no idea.
I don't know my geopolitical turmoil these days, guys.
Right. Okay. Well, anyway, the fact that it's been pushed through any government is interesting. More articles about it, I guess. The first time the case of the Nazca mummies is the subject of a report on a French... Yeah, and, well, that other thing was French, so this is very international. We're talking about labs testing it in France. We're talking about it being in Peru, them showing up at a congressional hearing in Mexico.
And it's just, why is it just now? If it's, I mean, it had its, hey, I remember these aliens, but it wasn't like everyone and their brother wasn't talking about this. It wasn't something that came up in normal conversation back in 2014 when they came up. Why is it now? Is it just because of the UAP hearings, or is there like a particular push?
And not the American ones. I mean, I think it really is
just say we're having it, and they figured let's go.
Yeah, you have a congressional body from a serious government come out and start showing these things. It's enough to make you wonder.
It's enough, especially with another country right next to them doing the same thing, sort of.
But
we're not at the level of hauling out bodies in caskets yet, but there's been some interesting things said in the American ones as well.
I was gonna say, we have plenty of them here too. We just don't have the pictures.
Well, there's all sorts of scientific discoveries that kind of go unnoticed by the layman out there. It has to become a show. It's got to air on History Channel, or it's got to, more so, be shown in front of Congress and end up on the nightly news.
Yeah.
So they're talking about DNA analysis, which was the results we heard from that was just like a couple of statistics, if you want to recite them.
If I am recalling correctly, it was that the DNA was about 70% something identifiable, maybe even being closely related to human DNA, and the other 30% was something that didn't represent anything that is in like the genome sequencing that we know on the planet so far.
Well, and if it was some sort of hominid, that's not what you would expect. You would expect to find DNA that is far closer to humans. No, you would. 30% DNA, we share like 30% DNA with a starfish.
I don't know if the diversion happened early enough in the line. Like if these are sea people, if they are living in the oceans, if that diversion happened enough, that would make sense.
The squid people that we talked about last episode when we watched that USO. Yeah,
because I mean there's the UFOs in the sea. That's a phenomenon that is less talked about than UFOs in general, but absolutely still a reported on phenomenon. And there's some tangential theories that touch into that, like Hollow Earth and submerged, like Atlantis isn't necessarily lost. It just went underwater because they live underwater, and they just happened to be surfaced at the time that they were represented in historical texts and things like that. So, I mean, that's kind of where that falls into being a more believable situation in my head.
Yeah, maybe. Assuming they're from Earth. I mean, the other theory would be they're extraterrestrials and, they've implanted their DNA into human. Who knows? It's like, without seeing the actual data on it and knowing it, because I don't know that much about DNA sequencing. Like I know a little bit. Like one of the things that I wanted to get to at some point is the that Melba Ketchum study of Bigfoot DNA.
Okay.
Where they basically the finding was that in its maternal DNA there was a human, but then there's other novel apes in its DNA and other novel ape DNA. So something that resembled ape, but it didn't match any particular DNA source, like an orangutan or a gorilla.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
So we're talking about lectures here. Just trying to get through this. Team manages to study 3 new small grays. So this is like just going through the discovery of these things. I'm noticing so far, I don't think it's mentioned where these things came from. It's just like, oh, they show up. They just show up on the scene, and that's what I find most concerning is the chain of custody of these things. I find questionable from the stuff I had seen in the past.
It is kind of non-existent. I mean, it's laying it out the best I've seen anyone do here. There he is.
Uh-huh.
There he is.
Yeah, and it's on the alienproject.com.
Right, yeah. So, made by GeoCities. I wonder if they have a Zanga.
Ooh.
In association with the private American... Oh, TV. I thought that was like the Roman numerals for 4 on my screen channel. Gaia. So Gaia... I've seen some Gaia stuff before. I don't know that they're a TV channel so much as they are like a streaming service.
The only thing that Gaia rings a bell in my head for is Gaia Online. That's a dark road.
No. They're a
Never heard of
TV.
it.
As far as I'm aware, they're a streaming service that does like UFO stuff and content that we would be interested in. So
Okay.
maybe it's something to check out. But the Mexican journalist Jamie Maussan and the Peruvian journalist, which again, this guy has a history with UFO stuff. You know, he was the reporter during some of those incidents in. Was it in Peru where the alien was there and they like. Anybody who like the guy who touched it died of some unknown like sepsis infection in a very short period of time. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't think so.
Can't say that I do, to tell you the truth.
Well, anyway, he's been associated with other UFO findings. We'll put it. They organized for the first time a press conference in Lima to present the first conclusions of laboratory analysis. Okay.
I don't know. This is a page, honestly, I did not look through. I think the paper has some more.
Yeah, and we can bring that up. I'm almost through this. I was just checking it out. Something none of us have seen, you know.
No doubt.
Like, what did it do? The paper mache fell off before they got it there? Like, for real. Some kid hit it with a bat thinking candy would fall out.
Oh, it is absolutely goofy.
It's goofy. Well, I mean, here we are. MRI.
There's a
MRIs
CT
are cool.
scan. Is that an MRI? I don't
What's
know
the difference? I'm not real sure. X-rays of these things. He looks so plastery.
I like his face, though. Like his
What
face.
does his face say to you?
His face looks like this is, It makes me think that Ben Stiller was trying to communicate ancient alien language to us when he taught us how to do blue steel in Zoolander.
That totally looks like it, right?
Oh man, yeah, that they really do look just not it.
It does look like Ben Stiller and Zoolander. You're not wrong. I'm hoping that we get down into something about like a chain of custody. First trip to Cusco in Mexico journal. I mean, that didn't tell me anything. First samples collected. Institute recovers a small gray type mummified body. That was interesting. What are these?
I don't know.
Something recovered with them? You
You
don't see those come up much.
No, you do not.
Alien Pokemon cards?
What are we looking at?
Like a microscope.
Objects. What does that say? Objects
They're metal.
in metal. Okay. I wonder what kind of metal. Ooh, and what is this?
Is that its brain?
Alien
Its
turd.
lungs? Or haggis.
Ooh, yeah. Oh. Were we talking about alien jerky? Like, would you eat the alien
Girl,
jerky?
I eat that nibble. Give the alien jerky a little nibble, man.
Ugh.
Gross.
Gotta go gag.
Gross.
I'm gonna start going a
Sorry,
little
keep
quicker
this
here because
table.
this is getting boring for even me. Okay. Yeah, that's a thing. Here's another thing.
Oh, are recovered by the Inkari Cusco Institute team.
Check that out. Shall we?
Are we?
Let's see what this team's up to. See what you're doing there. Putting things in Spanish so I can't understand them. Conspiracy.
It's true.
Against
Language,
us.
man, language. I could, and I might do a little bit of putting together a segment on this. Language is interesting in terms of the occult, man. There's a reason why fairies steal your name.
What? Fairies steal your name?
Mm-hmm. You don't tell a fairy your name.
Are you talking about leprechauns?
No, fairies steal your name, brother. They'll take it.
I was unaware. Please,
I had no idea.
Elaborate.
You get tricked into giving your name up, and that's essentially how they trap you, right? When people fall in the fairy circles, that's one of the ways names have power. When words weren't a thing, there was an implicit understanding of what something was, right?
Oh God, we're going here. We're going here. The world of ideas.
What about the fairies that already live in your house or the trees outside? Don't they already know your name?
They might know it, but they don't have it. You haven't given it to them. And see, that's the trick. When you give them your name, you're giving them your name.
I've only heard them in the walls. I've never actually gotten to see them.
It's all monkey's paw, like doublespeak, right?
So check this out. This is that organization. Just real quick before, because we can totally go back to fairies. That's way more interesting than this.
No doubt. I was
This
waiting
is just
for this.
some weird.
This is the institute that got a hold of them.
Apparently, another GeoCities website. They're a non-governmental organization, is what it says.
So after the creation, yeah, that's a lot. Their history had some strange stuff.
Yeah, well, we can dive into that deeper, but they actually look interesting because they're a non-governmental, like, archaeological organization, which is, it's wild.
It is interesting. I'd be curious to see what other things they'd worked on.
But this is where they're saying they're recovering these things. So yeah, we need to look into this institution for sure. But I'd really rather talk about fairies, I'm not gonna lie. Peruvian Ministry of Culture. They're trying to ship them around. So they are talking a little bit, and that's what I was hoping to find as we went back into the chain of custody of where these things came from.
Just seeing them move a little bit.
See, this is what always gets me. Like grave robbers. Like, so they're found and then handed over by grave robbers.
Why would the grave robbers?
Yeah, why would they go and turn them over?
We were robbing graves, and we found these strange bodies, and we'd like to give them to you for immunity.
See, here's the thing: when they say grave robbers, they're talking about like archaeological poachers, like people who are going out there
selling relics on the black market, like
Exactly.
what happened to the in Iraq, essentially the looting in Iraq when Saddam Hussein's regime fell, and then somehow Hobby Lobby ended up owning like $21 million of stolen Iraqi artifacts.
Is that true?
That's so very true. That is so very true, and it's so very funny to me. Hobby Lobby directly supported like the organizations that looted the wacky.
Interesting that it was Hobby Lobby.
It's really wacky. Now the criminal case that came at them afterwards, I believe, showed that it was more of a negligence thing. They didn't know they were stolen artifacts. They still got fined for buying $21 million of stolen, priceless, 1,000-year-old artifacts, but it didn't seem to be malicious or intentional necessarily.
It's interesting.
It's weird.
Well, and it's like that's kind of spoils of war stuff. I mean, people who are actually going out there and trying to recover stuff from graves or archaeological sites, Indiana Jones types minus the, university he had behind him. So, if it's grave robbers that were handing these things over, they're not just grave robbers. A lot of times they're faking archaeological finds in order to some monetary gain. So you ask why?
Prominence.
It's about money. It's not even prominence, it's money. It's money. They just want money. You know what fairy rings are, right?
Mushroom.
Yeah, the mycelial body grows outwards from a center point. So like there'll be a point of inoculation somewhere in the center, and the mycelium body will just grow out, and then on the edges it fruits.
Mushrooms are such a strange thing to begin with. It makes a lot of sense to me that they're associated in this way with fairies. For such a weird event like a perfect circle of mushrooms growing itself around, and for such a weird like entity.
Well, mushrooms are associated with a lot more than just fairies too.
Oh yeah.
witchcraft. There's an odd thing about, we call them toadstools. They're associated with toads in languages across the world. Mushrooms and toads have an association between the two, and I think it's in early potions and witchcraft because you find like bufetane and certain chemical compounds.
No doubt. The Amanitas, the Vikings.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
The Berserker Rage was a byproduct of that kind of.
But so you're telling me that what does fairy circles have to do with me losing my name?
Oh, well, fairies have to do with you losing your name. Names have power over things. When we give names to something, we are putting that something in a box that is defined by the name that we give it. Your name defines you, for lack of a better definition. Like, you are Gavin, right? Your name defines you, and that's kind of the thought behind that. It's a similar way to like pictures stealing your soul kind of thing, but the trick is, like, fairies are known to trick out of things.
See,
right?
What culture is this? Because I think they're more passive in a lot of other cultures, and there's a lot of cultures that have a very high view of fairies.
Yeah, I
not
thought fairies were
trickery.
good.
It's not necessarily trickery in a bad sense either.
So the Tao Te Ching says that the name that can be named is not the eternal name. I wanted to look it up so I got it right. That's what. Every time you start to bring this up about the world of things and the world of ideas, and we get into that, I always try to quote the Tao and mess it up. But Lao Tzu said the name that can be named is not the eternal name. As in, you can call anything. I can call a keyboard, but by any other name, it's still a keyboard.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's kind of the same thought there. There is like a you, and that you is intrinsically knowable but unspeakable. And by taking that unspeakable you and putting it into a box, you have now defined the view of that, and it cannot exceed outside of that box. And thereby, if you give that box up, oof. You've given you up. Culture-wise, I'm not 100% sure. This is something I've heard about fairies for a long time. You might want to let me take a quick Google search real quick and see what I can find on culture, like where it comes from.
Well, I know a lot of Celtic cultures have a lot of fairy myths, leprechauns and such. When you get into like, what is it? It's like Icelandic or Greenland, or like, I want to say Swedish cultures have a lot of fairy myths too.
Mm.
But I'd never heard that about the name thing, so I'm not a fairy expert by any means.
Okay, so it's specifically relating to changelings, from what I can see. Which changelings are described oftentimes as a type of fairy. I'm on the Wikipedia page for it right now, doing a little digging.
Well, like, one that always gets me, which I think is kind of a modern interpretation of a similar fairy myth, is Gremlins.
Mm.
Because Gremlins are such... The Gremlins came about in World War II. They were blamed for mechanical failures in planes in World War... I want to say it was World War II. I don't think World War I. So it's a very modern myth that came about. And I mean, I'm talking Foo Fighters and Gremlins were kind of the same span of time that these start to come out. And, it's kind of been softened by Spielberg's interpretation of Gremlins and whatnot.
But I'll tell you, that's realistically my main and only reference point for Gremlins is Spielberg's Gremlins. What you're describing to me is removed from my like cultural zeitgeist. I'm not privy.
Well, so here, let me show you a couple of pictures anyway.
Okay.
So this is from the Twilight Zone. Nightmare at 20,000 feet.
I remember this episode of the Twilight Zone.
So it has two. It was remade for the movie. It actually had William Shatner in it. That doesn't look like Shatner, but I think it actually is.
It is.
Making a funny face. But there's a gremlin on the wing of the plane. published in a short story anthology in 1961. So, I mean, this obviously predates the Spielberg thing really far, because the myth does.
Yeah.
He apparently, like, they gave him the models for the Gremlins that they wanted to use, and he was like, make them look like my dog. The guy had
Hey, we have a dog that looks like a gremlin.
He does.
Where's he at? Spielberg had a beagle, and apparently he wanted like the patterns on their fur to look like the dog and less scary looking.
Okay.
So
I think he's just trying to get that mass appeal. Make something everyone's gonna
but they later
buy merch on.
Interesting facts. This episode was parodied on The Simpsons. Bart sees a gremlin on the side of the bus in one of the Treehouse of Horror episodes. And in addition to that, they remade it for the movie, like I was saying, and this was like the gremlin in the movie, which was like way freakier looking.
Oh, that is freaky looking.
I like more of the gizmo looking gremlins.
Yeah, because they're cute.
Yeah.
Where is Gizmo? We have a Gizmo.
Oh, we don't. We have one. I think it's on top one of the electronics inside the house.
I'll see if I can find Gizmo quick.
Oh yeah, that's spooky right there. That reminds me vaguely, if that guy right there put on like 20 more pounds, he'd be the merman from Cabin in the Woods. Have you ever seen that movie?
Cabin in the Woods. It sounds really familiar, but I'm not sure.
Phenomenal movie. It's like satirical.
We have our gizmo.
It's like a satirical take on, but not super satirical take on horror movies, and it is every horror monster you have ever seen anywhere makes an appearance to some degree in the movie. It's really cool.
I feel like I need to see that now.
It's a phenomenal movie. It's like a meta commentary on the horror movie audience and the producers of horror movies, and there's like a lot you can read into it, but if you watch it as just fun spooky monster good time show, it's a fun spooky monster good time show.
Okay.
Here was Gremlins portrayed in Looney Tunes very early on.
That's interesting.
Again, an example of kind of a fairy-like myth. Now, gremlins are known for being a lot more mischievous, in particular when it comes to technology and mechanisms, and are blamed for the failure of these mechanisms. Like I said, have been since World War II, and I believe that's where this gremlin comes in the Looney Tunes thing. Here he is again in a plane.
I was about to say, I see planes there.
Mm-hmm. So they're often associated with aircraft. I have a book that references them in relationship to something called brownies, and brownies would be
brownies
like
I've heard.
Like a house elf, like something from Harry Potter almost. Like you're not supposed to acknowledge brownies. I know that. Like if you try to speak to them directly, or if you like leave gifts out for them, they don't like it because it acknowledges their presence. But they're supposed to be these little creatures that will live in your house, and they'll help out around the house as long as you're polite to them and kind of leave them alone and don't even acknowledge their existence.
Interesting.
And Gremlins seem to be a bit of a spin-off of that.
But in the opposite direction?
Yeah, more mischievous. Not necessarily associated with evil, per se, or like demonology or anything like that, but just technical mischief or mechanical mischief. This is one of my favorite portrayals of a gremlin. This is creepy in the scene because he's riding the jet, and I think it's John Lithgow plays the role that Shatner played in the first one, and he's looking out the window, and this guy's just beating sweat on the plane because he sees this thing and nobody believes him. And at the end the plane is grounded. Spoiler alert! At the end the plane is grounded, and they're like taking him off to a psych ward, and he's like, I was right. And you look at the side of the plane and it's all like clawed up and stuff like that. But he's looking out the window, and this thing's just throwing chunks and stuff into the engine and ripping it apart.
That thing is terrifying.
Isn't it?
It is. That's a really good
costume. It's gonna be my nightmare
design.
tonight. If I saw something like that, I would freak out.
Yeah, Gremlins are a very fun one. Like I said, I like them because they're modern mythology.
1963 is when this came out, that episode.
World War II Gremlin poster.
Oh.
Gremlins think it's fun to hurt you. Use care always. The U.S. government knew about them. There it is.
Telling us about the Gremlins forever.
It's the
This
little
is a fun
people.
poster.
Yeah, we should get it.
I was about to say, I kind of want one.
Yeah, we should
print one.
Or put it somewhere in the
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think I need that.
It's good.
garage. It belongs in the studio.
I
Yes.
love old propaganda posters too.
So a gremlin is a mischievous folkloric creature invented at the beginning of the 20th century, to originally explain the malfunctions in aircraft, like I was saying, and later in other machinery processes and their operators. Depictions of these creatures vary widely. Stories about them and references to them as the causes of especially inexplicable technical and mental problems of pilots were especially popular during and after World War II.
Interesting that they came up with a gremlin to describe the machinery breaking down. Like, what?
Well, is it just a case of like the dog ate my homework? You know,
I don't know.
you messed up the plane and you can't admit to it.
Right.
It's happening to planes in a wartime situation. I imagine morale's already going to be pretty low. Having your failures be your fault might not be something everyone wants to deal with in a situation like that. So it may just be a coping mechanism to deal with the stresses of having things break in wartime and not like knowing why.
Maybe, I don't know. I believe in the gremlins. I think they're out there. Later sources have sometimes claimed that the concept goes back to World War I, but there's no print evidence of this. So there you go. And it specifically references the Royal Air Force being kind of the main source of that myth. See, look, there's even more.
Oh wow.
Gremlins are floor greasers. Gremlins love to pitch things at your eyes.
Or safety goggles.
Gremlins will push you round.
They just look like Humpty Dumpty and a DMT elf had a baby.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. Like it is kind of like this other dimensional. DMT elf is Terrence McKenna does come to mind if you know Terrence McKenna and his idea about self-transforming machine elves. The Gremlins will get you if you don't watch out.
I like that one too. We should print that one too.
Take it easy.
Take it easy, man.
Take it easy.
He got a bucket full of dope.
There's some stuff going on in this, man. That's cool.
It's like Gulliver's Travels, but a postmodernist nightmare version.
Why help gremlins square corners and gremlins play round corners? Their stay away.
What does that mean?
I'm assuming it was part of some sort of manufacturing process thing. I don't know. Yeah. Gremlins, I love them. Do you believe in any fairy creature myths? Like, do you have a strong opinion?
I tend to believe. I tend to believe with as much weird nonsense as has happened in terms of tiny little goofy things going on in my life that I can't explain.
So Rec in chat says we have the legend of the little people up here in Pryor Mountains of Montana. I hope I said that right.
Montana.
Have had gremlin-like vehicle failures up there many times back in the day.
Interesting.
That's cool.
Really cool.
So little
Gotta check that
people.
out.
Pryor Mountains.
Yeah.
Pryor Mountains. Sounds moderately familiar.
On a road trip to Montana. Everybody that's gone says it's gorgeous. The water is clear, weather's nice. Go to Montana.
The legend of the little people in the Pryor Mountains of Montana has been passed down through generations of the Crow Nation. According to the legend, the little people were small, mischievous beings who lived in the mountains and were known for playing pranks on the Crow people.
Huh.
So they exist before the propaganda posters.
Yeah, that's very cool. Thank you. Yeah. So myths like this go back a lot further than what we think of. And that seems to always be the case. Like, there'll be a modern legend, and when you dig deeper, there's an older legend that, again, might go by a different name. And
Back to language drift there.
maybe, yeah. When we talk about the Makili and Bembe last episode.
Yeah. Gremlins, little people.
Well, we have both my kids, well, maybe not the older one now, but we have them believing gremlins and fairies are 100% real. And
Yeah, we mess with their heads.
Gavin's mom, oh man, she like even pushed it a step further because she has this amazing little fairy tree at her house. And like all the grandkids and stuff can leave gifts for the fairies. And
Well,
the
they
next,
don't leave gifts. The fairies leave
well,
rocks.
yeah,
Rocks.
the rock fairy. And they bring, like Emma would draw a picture or something, and the next day it would be gone, and this beautiful rock would show up.
Yeah,
And
that's fun.
so
Very cool.
we keep that like going. I love it. I love having the idea that, you know, kids can have an imagination with still having fairies around.
Don't let superstition die. You can't let superstition
No.
die.
It's fun.
Well, I don't know. Do you want me to go to any more of these documents about the Miles paper? I know we didn't get to the PDF, which
the
I guess
paper.
is
There's
the thing,
a
right?
couple of pages. There should be another group chat in there where I sent some page reference numbers. The first page of each reference number is what you'll type in, and the second page is the one that it's on. And it's mostly just for some pictures of the
Which we might have seen already, but
Yeah, these, I don't think we looked too deep at the actual x-rays. There's some x-rays it looks like that are in here, so
Okay, cool,
do
cool.
the bottom one first. Sorry.
12?
Yeah.
Page 12? Just...
So this gets us to the CT scans and the x-rays a little bit closer up on the
These mummified Peruvian
yeah,
aliens.
whatever they are.
Yeah. These llama skulls.
There's something. There's one angle in the CT scan, a couple pictures down, that shows like skull plates, like skull sutures, like how your skull has
Yeah.
it's tectonic. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I forget what you call that, but the suture that goes up the skull.
Mm-hmm. And there's a couple where you
Frontal
can see
ridges, they're
that.
showing that.
I actually just got a picture from one of the fairies of the fairy house. So we might actually be able to provide a picture of the
Oh.
fairy house.
Ooh,
Pretty
exciting.
cool.
That's fun.
Which one's got the sutures here?
It's one of the CT scans. It's somewhere in
Occipital
this. It may be
cavity.
it may be on one of the other pages as well.
I mean, this is a lot here.
And you can see differentiation in the jawbone there. You can see where it would hinge.
Okay.
The bottom there. This area right here?
Dentary. Talking about like this.
Mm-hmm. That little area right there.
Maybe vaguely like jaw muscles.
Muscle or bone. I think that bottom piece is a bone. If you run your hand down your jaw, there's a part that juts out towards the back a little bit further. And that bottom piece kind of looks similar in nature to that.
I'm not gonna do that. I know my jaw like the back of my hand.
How do you know the front of your hand?
I know the front of my hand like the back of my hand. I mean, I know the front of my hand like the back of my jaw. I
I
know the back of my jaw like the front of my jaw.
do you have toes?
Last I checked,
Check again.
Wait, what? We were supposed to have those? Wait.
well, after you stubbed your toe, you don't have much of
I
one
know.
left today.
Oh no.
Pretty bad.
Let's check out another page here.
So this is relating
Skunkworks. Ooh.
to Ben Rich, who is a gentleman who has come out in sort of a Bob Lazar-esque way a few times and spoken publicly about secret projects that he has worked on, and this is just some interesting stuff connecting him and Skunkworks in general to the UFO phenomenon in general. Like I said, this paper has a little bit more than just those aliens going on in it. But I find it interesting when Ben Rich comes up, when Skunkworks comes up. It's always
What's the actual connection? Like, why is he in this paper?
The connection's technological, like craft-wise, like what craft they would have ended up in on.
They're just drawing a parallel to
sure
advanced aircraft. Okay. Okay. What we got to say about that? Skunkworks, there's some crazy stuff when you get into that, but it's a desiccated alien mummy. You know, just your everyday kind of thing.
Is it a plaster
It
cast?
makes me want to take like a pottery class. Like I could make one too. We'll sculpt us our own alien.
Frankenstein it together.
Yes.
So, was the recovery location near the Nazca lines?
I don't know if it was near the Nazca lines, but it was in Nazca, like specifically like that part of Peru.
So if you don't know what the Nazca lines are, they're in Peru, and they're these large...
Petroglyphs, I think they call them.
Yeah,
We have
they're a
those
landscape feature that you can see from the sky.
We have those here.
Yes, in Arizona, there's some similar stuff.
There's stuff like on
Not
the base
quite
and
to
stuff.
the scale.
Oh, no. They're not nearly big.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like this is reaching. This paper is going all over the place.
Well, you're also now 200 pages ahead of where you were. I skipped all over the place, and
but regardless, for it to be in a single paper, they're making allusions to Nazca lines. They're making allusions to Lockheed Skunk Works. That's a lot of leaps. Okay, I mean
is it leaps or is it connections that are there that just require an extensive amount of following a trail? You know what I mean?
I think it's History Channel level leaping.
It might be.
What else can I pull up on these links, and then we'll try to take some calls.
That is what I have got for this paper.
Cool. So we can do some calls?
Yes.
Do it. You guys want to call in? Now is the time. The phone number is 857-32-D-DIAL. That's 857-323-3425.
Oh, we've got Cody in the chat saying he would kill a man for a pet crow.
Yeah, the wrong kind of crow. Not what we were talking about there, but... Fair enough. Crows are extremely intelligent birds. Actual crows are...
One of my greatest nemesis in this town is a crow. I'm not kidding.
What did you do to it? Because they got memory.
Because they remember you.
He knows that I'm upset that he has wings, and he still chooses to walk around on his legs. And
because he ate too many French fries in the Walmart parking lot.
I see him every time I end up on like the south end of town. And I'm in that area in a parking lot. He'll walk up to me, and he unfurls his wings, and he caws as loud as he can, and then he just hops on his legs a little bit, and then sprints away with his wings out, just taunting me.
He's trying to mate with you.
He knows.
Cheyenne had to chase one away from my car the other day because I couldn't get into it. I was too scared. It was huge.
They do get very large. The crows out here are...
They're massive.
They're big.
My nephew's middle name's Crow. I think it's cool.
I just picture a fat crow in the Walmart parking lot, eating French fries off the ground, and just hoping to find a crow-sized electric scooter. You know?
Oh my god, that's amazing.
We need our call thing, sorry. Ooh, okay. Lines are opening now. Again, that's 857-32-D-DIAL. That's 857-323-3425. If you want to call, talk about crows, talk about UFOs, talk about gremlins, talk about fairies. As you can tell tonight, we're kind of all over the place tonight, and I think that's just the way the show's going to be. That's okay. I got fun with that. I think you guys got fun with that, so by all means, give us a ring. We're going to open up...
having fun.
Yeah, you better be.
It's freaking fun now.
Yes. We'll open up lines again at some point, because we're probably going to be on for like 3 hours or so.
Well, yeah,
tonight.
we still have to talk about our celebrity demons. Or wait, they're not demons. They believe in demons. Wait, I'm confused. Is it all the same? I feel like it all just comes together.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
I mean, Chance, we could go off on a philosophical conversation there as to whether demonology... Are you a demon if you worship demons? Are you the demon? Are you projecting the demon? Are you manifesting the demon? Are you becoming a demon?
I feel like this could go on for a very long time.
Yeah.
Solomon's Key.
I've played that NES game.
Is it a game? I was talking about the Goetia.
Did I say it is an NES game? I think it's a puzzle game.
Gotcha. Okay, that's
Like
funny.
a little puzzle platformer.
No, have you ever looked at Solomon's Key, the Goetia, the like 52 seals, the sigils of the demon lords of hell? You know what I'm talking
Can't say
about?
that I know what you're talking about.
I feel like I saw this in an Indiana Jones movie, but
Look up. No, it's a real thing. I'm gonna send you what.
no,
to look up.
I've heard the term, but
That's what you wanna.
if you're watching, if you guys would please like and subscribe, that would be great.
I got it.
Like, subscribe, and notify. Or is it notifications?
Mostly like and subscribe, but yeah, hit notifications, then you'll know when we go live. Sending me things.
Yes, I
making me do
am.
work.
So that's the Solomon's Key. If you look that up, it'll pull it all up. It's some
Can I
interesting.
not say that out loud, or I'll be damned, or what? He sent me a word, a really weird
Ars
word.
Goetia.
Are we
Hold
gonna
on,
get Gavin
hold
kicked
on.
off the box? We'll turn you off. Then we don't get kicked off. You just get kicked off.
I felt a surge of
Like, I
electricity
didn't
through the
say
cathode
it,
ray.
but they said it, and I didn't actually say it, but I've heard
I was
it.
about to change the channel and see if it fixed it.
Demon sigils.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So you're talking about do you become the demon? No, I don't think so. I think you just talk to them and they give you stuff and they take things and you gotta understand it's a monkey's paw.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you make it sound so innocent.
I mean, realistically, to an extent, I think.
Yeah, okay.
I think people misunderstand. I don't think demons is necessarily even the right word for this. I think this is more of like. I think this is closer to paganism than it is to Satanism. At least the Ars Goetia is specifically. Each of these sigils represents a different entity that represents a different sphere of influence, whether it be wisdom, life, death, money. They all have their own thing, essentially.
Well, what I understand about paganism is they don't worship the devil.
No, paganism's pre-devil.
Yeah,
like,
that's
more
not
earth worship.
related.
It's kind of just.
I have pagan friends, and
Yeah.
they believe more like in the earth than
It has
you know,
become.
things around them.
Sorry, I'm not.
But
trying
this
to-
no, you're good,
neo-paganism is what...
It has become today more a catch-all for general polytheism, and I think that started like in Rome. I want to say.
No, it's more than polytheism. Neo-paganism is an attempt to recover the lost knowledge of paganism. Because like the Druids, we know nothing about Druids because the only accounts are from like Caesar, and he conquered the Druids, so it could have been propaganda. We don't really know, like, especially like Celtic pagans, what they were actually doing in terms of worship.
No, I just mean like in modern parlance, when people refer to paganism today, they're typically just talking about like non-Christian polytheistic religions.
So, what would you call it? Like Wicca is not polytheistic. It's like what do you call two? Like they worship like the god and the goddess. There's two.
No, I get what you're saying.
entities.
I mean, like people are referencing like pagan. People reference like Greek and Roman mythology as pagan. Like Norse
think
is
so.
pagan. It's.
I don't think Norse, sure, but
I feel like
by
that's.
I feel like Greek and the Romans were trying to stomp out paganism. Like I just said that about Caesar taking over.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Christian Romans were trying to stamp out paganism.
No, it wasn't just Christian Romans. It wasn't like Nero. It was Caesar, like Caesar Augustus, I think. They had a polytheistic religion, but their religions were not pagan religions. You got a lot to learn, buddy.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that, man, because I feel like what I'm saying is another instance of language drift. I think modern parlance, when people are referencing
Parlance, or I will parlance.
when people are referencing it, they're referring to that. I think it has changed from what you are saying the definition is, because I think what you're talking about is like an actual...
It's earth worship. It's earth worship, and largely it's been lost to time. We don't understand our roots when it comes to it. It's been unfortunately very lost to time. So neo-paganism is an attempt to reclaim that lost knowledge. But honestly, it feels like dress up. It feels like playing D&D compared to, and no offense if you're Wiccan or something like that, but you don't have the knowledge. It's been lost, and it's hard to regain cultural artifacts when they've been stomped out. Let's see, James says, check out the artifacts that are kept at the Oriental Institute along Lake Michigan shores in Chicago. Said to be the origin of the Raiders of the Lost Ark story. Very cool. Okay. Familiar with that. Oriental Institute, huh? Get these weird sigils off the screen. I can't.
I was gonna say they're kind of freaky.
Yeah, they're freaking me out.
I was raised very Christian, still am. Like, some of the stuff does kind of freak me out a little bit. Like, when I start watching what we're gonna be watching soon, like some of the videos, it does creep me out a little bit. I don't know. And maybe it's just for show. Maybe they're doing it for, to get a bigger audience or whatever, but it's still, I don't know if I would do that for the money. Like, there is a God and we die. I want to be on the right side of that.
Right.
No amount of money is gonna get me to go to that darkness like that. That's scary.
It is definitely, there are... It's like you see interesting threads across multiple different people. It's following a similar...
I'm going to give this to you because there's a connection. Like, I was completely denying what you were saying. And the first sentence on Wikipedia is, paganism is a term first used in the 4th century by early Christians for people in the Roman Empire who practiced polytheism or ethnic religions other than Judaism.
I try to know my stuff. I try. Sometimes I'm wrong, but I do try.
But I don't think the religions of the Romans are pagan religions necessarily.
No, and I don't think so either.
So you're right. Maybe it is a language drift thing.
I think it's a language thing, 100%.
Because, now when we refer to pagan, we usually refer to like earth worship, Wicca, stuff like that.
100%.
Yeah, see, Wicca is a modern pagan, earth-centered religion. Sure.
I think pagan as a term has just expanded to encompass way more than it, like, originally. I don't know, I feel like the term has become... its edges have softened drastically.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not as delineating of a term, and there we are again with names giving things power.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
The entire belief system is washed in terms of language.
Well, I mean, getting back to it, no, like, Satanists are not strictly, it's not pagan. In fact, they're probably closer to Christianity because it's within the same ideology as... And when I say ideology, I mean, like, it draws from the same source, right? It's an inversion of Christianity, depending on which one we're looking at.
Yeah, which one you're looking at, yeah, absolutely.
I think the main thing is be a good person. Do, put good into the world. Don't,
Well, not in terms of Satanism. I mean, you're talking about paganism.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, my reference to the Solomon's Key being paganistic in nature is more about Satan. I don't believe, as far as I'm aware, I've looked through it, is not referenced in Solomon's Key. It is more just like, they're almost like deities that have their own little spheres of influence, like they are the Greek gods, the Roman gods, something like that. It's an interesting, it's I don't know. Let me look up. I know it's an old document. I don't remember how old that book is because it's a book.
What's the newest one now where people just believe that they're their own god? Like they have the power within themselves to do everything they need to do.
That sounds like solipsism in a way.
Say that name again?
Solipsism, which is the
Solipsism?
belief that you and you alone as a thinking being are the only thinking being, because you cannot prove that the individuals next to you are conscious in yourself. You cannot like experience their consciousness.
I mean,
therefore the only point of reference that you have is your own. Therefore that is the only point of reference.
sounds like sociopathy.
It is. It's like philosophical sociopathy.
Yeah.
So mid 17th century is when the Key of Solomon came around, and it is an anonymously authored grimoire on sorcery.
That's cool. So it's a known quantity, like whatever this is a recovered artifact or something?
Sure
It's
enough.
a book?
It's like you can still find like modern reprints of it on
Really?
like occult bookstores and stuff.
I want to be a wizard.
Don't we all? Oh, look into Hermetica if you really want to be a wizard. Hermes I can't ever say his last name. Hermes Trisagustus.
This show is nothing but mispronunciations. That's all this show is. It's dark mispronunciations.
Trismegistus? Trismegistus.
Sure.
Hermetica, the hermetic practices and stuff. You really want to look into like magic and its alchemy is magic
With a
kind
K?
of thing.
Are we talking magic with a K here?
Yeah, absolutely. Magic
Okay.
with a K.
What's the one I was thinking of? The gosh, I know this name and I can't think of it. The text that they debate its origins.
Voynich.
Thank you, the Voynich manuscript.
I love the Voynich manuscript. It is such a fun thing to me. The things that are presented in it are so wonky. It's just bathhouses made out of plants and weird languages.
Like naked ladies, like weird, like
Green water everywhere. Alien plants that no one can,
Yeah, so I mean I don't I'm speaking off the cuff about it, so I don't know when this was recovered, but nobody's been able to properly interpret this manuscript, and it has a lot of very colorful illustrations and looks pretty far in front of its time, and it has a lot of plants that they look like botanical drawings of plants that don't actually exist as far as we know.
There's constellation drawings, like accurate star maps in it as well, that have like date references to specific important events that happened in the 15th and 16th century when it was written. Like there's like specific the star map essentially is a clock, a snapshot of, hey, something happened on this day, and you go and you look at the day and it happened to be a prominent day in history. That's a thing that's in this.
In the Voynich manuscript? I think about
sure
like
enough.
Nostradamus when you're saying stuff like that.
Yeah, it's in here. I've looked into this piece of literature a decent bit. I really do like it. The handwriting throughout, they've done handwriting analysis, and it is like written like not by the same person necessarily. There's one handwriting shift that happens in it, but it's almost like it's a language shift too. It's almost like it's written in two different languages. There's something in the beginning that's in a slightly different handwriting with slightly different like formative structures inside of the words than what comes like a quarter of the book and afterwards.
Like a different dialect.
Almost.
I mean, yeah, it's like it's in a language that nobody's been able to determine what that language is. It's almost like encryption in a way, you know?
And boy, can we talk about alchemy and encryption and alchemy, because alchemists would write entire 100-page books that would just be coded messages for other alchemists, and you would only be able to decipher it if you had like the secret knowledge of the mystery club that they were in, essentially. And this is very likely, very, very likely, especially with when it's been dated to be an alchemical text that is holding some kind of alchemical secret discovered back in that age, and it is just very, very hard coded so that only a very select few people would be able to read it. That is my thoughts on the Voynich.
Well, if I remember correctly, I believe they've dated the paper on it and been able to say, yeah, it does come from the time we believe, they claim it comes from. But the question is, was it a hoax then? Because it's gone through a couple of private collections. Somebody paid a lot of money for it initially. It was found in a private
collection, I think. I think it was like first brought to light out of a private collection.
There's some, again, its chain of custody is somewhat known, if I remember correctly. There was some sales involved. The money exchanged hands to get this thing. But look at these plants and stuff.
They are very detailed botanical drawings. Maybe not accurate to life of whatever, but there's so much detail in this. Why would you put this much detail into nonsense?
It's a good question. Maybe some schizophrenic just drew this up, but I don't know. I until we figure out what it says, I don't think anybody's gonna know. But it's not like we're not unfamiliar with, advanced encryption techniques today. So
but did someone discover the most advanced encryption technique known to man in the 15th century? Is that what we're looking at here, or have we just not poured the money into it? Does it just not have the want behind it to be discovered that it hasn't?
I think there's mobs of people on the internet who are trying to understand this codex, right?
And open source cryptography typically tends to be the best cryptography out there. When you get a bunch of heads together on one thing like that, it tends to be able to be cracked. But
so this was carbon dated between 1404 and 1438 is what I'm reading on Wikipedia.
Wow.
Yeah.
15th century.
Been studied by
early 15th century too. That's the time when alchemy's a thing, man. I really do. A strong belief that this is an encoded alchemical text.
I wouldn't doubt that, because you're right. Somebody put a lot of effort into this, unless it was sold as a
curio, like the mermaids where they sewed the monkey on the fish.
Exactly. Yeah, we've talked about that a lot in relationship to the aliens. Which again, when we're talking about grave robbers, is this a faked artifact from the 1400s and somebody sold it to somebody else's private collection and made some big money off of it? Maybe, but you're right. It's a lot of effort to put in, and it's very artsy to begin with.
Or are we looking at perhaps a remnant from an Atlantis or a Tartaria or a Lemuria or a society who was biodiverse enough, separated from society, separated from mainland enough that they were biodiverse enough to have species of plants that we wouldn't necessarily be able to see in a language style that is indecipherable because it didn't have any connection to the mainland necessarily.
You're talking about a pre-catastrophic society.
Absolutely. 110%. We're looking at
if it is, it has to be a copy of a copy. Somebody had to copy it, because the paper,
14th century. Yeah, you're right.
Paper carbon dates to the 1400s, so
maybe it is that.
It would have to go. It's not like that didn't exist. It's not like the Bible wasn't copied down over and over time. That's an absolute fact.
The language on it is just what gets me. It's so you are
you got something. You got a thread. You got a hand on a thread. You just got to pull it out just a little bit.
I'm trying, man. There's only a handful of instances of languages that we're not able to decipher, and most of them are stone tablets that have a couple of indentations of something on them. There's some cuneiform that is 6 symbols long that was found on a rock that we can't decipher. There was a tablet sometime in Britain discovered of some old hieroglyphics of a nomadic civilization that lived there at some point. This is single-handedly the largest collection for a language that we do not have a record of some type of understanding for.
Hey, you ever heard of John Allegro?
Mm-mm.
Wrote a book called The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross. I think it was put out in like the 70s, and he was an expert from the UK in early written language, and they sent this guy to go study the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm sorry, had to think for a second. The Dead Sea Scrolls. I believe the UK sent him to go study the Dead Sea Scrolls because of his proficiency in early written languages like Sanskrit and
Cuneiform.
Thank you. And he had written a book about the Bible, looking at early copies of the Bible that were written in, like, I want to say Sanskrit or some early language. And he had come to the conclusion that the Bible was a code for a fertility cult that centered around mushroom use, and it was written in a code to hide from the Romans and stuff like that. I don't know. It's very interesting stuff.
No, I know vaguely what you're talking about. I don't think I've heard the man's name, but I've listened to some theories about, like, coded Bibles, essentially, and I think one of them was something related to that.
His argument was something like the symbol for Christ was basically a knob, which looks like a mushroom, and I would have a hard time describing it all. I mean, if you ever read the book, which... Interesting fact, I believe the Catholic Church bought the rights to the book and stopped its publication for decades, and it's only recently been published again. I have one of the earlier copies of the book that I believe were published out of Canada, and the back third of the book maybe is all just his references. It's a heavy read.
Okay. That's the idea that is a thing has a lot of credence. There were a lot of mystery cults that existed back then, and not necessarily just Roman. We have Greece to look at. We have some pottery that was found. No, it's not pottery. I'm sorry. It is a mural that was found in a temple, and I'm gonna have to look up the name real quick here.
What is it? I'll try to look it up.
It is a mural inside of a temple that is essentially was a cult of Dionysus, and the mural itself, like, has stayed intact over these thousands of years. Like, even the color on the paint is still there, but it shows what seems to be some sort of ritual happening, and completely lost to time, whatever it was. And there were a lot of mystery cults back then that had a sort of similar, you only knew what it was about, you only knew the rituals if you were involved in it. Yeah, that one.
Okay,
absolutely. Absolutely. So it's like we have reference for organizations like this that operated in secretive ways and didn't...
Run this by me again. Maybe it's because I was looking it up, not paying attention.
This is from a temple found somewhere in Greece. I forget the exact location. I read about this.
It looked like Pompeii.
A little bit, but the mural on the wall is depicting essentially a ritual, and they can't nail down exactly what the ritual is and what it's about. But it seems to be related to a cult of Dionysus that was popped up in the area at the time. There's scant historical references that have been found. There have been a few found, though, that reference a cult operating in the area at the time, and this kind of lends credence because no one's able to identify what ritual is taking place on the mural. They're kind of pinning it like, hey, this is probably the cult that was operating in the region. This is probably their, like, secretive information.
Okay. I mean, cults are nothing new.
They are nothing new. They've never been this televised.
That's true.
How do you guys feel about Kool-Aid?
Kool-Aid?
Yeah.
I'm not that big of a fan, to be totally honest. Like, I mean, of course it was great as a kid. But, I don't... I like Tang better than Kool-Aid. I'll I'll see your Kool-Aid and I'll raise you Tang because astronauts drink it.
And, you know, I Tang's good. Tang's good. I see your Tang and I raise you powdered Hawaiian punch.
I'm still going Tang.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it went to space.
It did go to space.
So that's hard for...
You know what else went to space?
But honestly, most of those powdered drinks I'm not a big fan of.
I love powdered drinks. There's something fun about it.
I like tea.
Tea's good. I gotta have lemon in it though. Or it's gotta be like, I don't like the
Like sweet.
Yeah, the aftertaste of tea gets to me. I'm not the biggest fan of the aftertaste. And something about the lemon cuts out, like the acidic nature of the lemon cuts out the weird edge that tea has in the aftertaste.
Just a reminder, we do have the line open if you want to call. We're going to be taking a break in about 30 minutes here, but the phone number is 857-32-D-DIAL. That's 857-323-3425. We'll get you on air. We can talk about whatever. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off your very important conversation about Kool-Aid.
Oh, no, you're good. I was making a Jim Jones joke anyway.
Oh, speaking of, here we got somebody.
Call from
Jimmy Hoffa.
to accept, press 1.
Jimmy
To send a
Hoffa's
voicemail,
on the
press
line.
2.
This ought to be interesting. Hi, you're on with Dark Dial, Jimmy Hoffa.
Hey, this is Keith.
Hey,
How you doing?
what did you call in for tonight, Keith?
Well, you know, I've got a lovely wife here that is full of conspiracy theories.
You're in the
we
right
would
place.
love to hear
No
them.
doubt.
She's like, no, I did not agree to this.
We want to hear them all.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about anything.
So
It doesn't
what have
have
y'all
to
been
be.
getting into tonight?
What have we gone over tonight, guys?
More about the Mexican aliens. We went over a little bit about that. We were currently touching on mystery cults back in ancient Rome and ancient Greece and their connections into Christianity and things of that nature.
Well, there's a lot of people that believe that all religion is cults.
That is true.
It started in some form or another. I'm one that's privy to believe more into the Satanism that has infected our government and our culture.
Well, that's what we were getting
yeah.
into tonight. Exactly.
This gets into a little bit of a darkness, though, that I don't know if your show wants to.
No, I can understand that. As long as you keep it safe for the advertisers, I think we'll be set.
Yeah, all of our advertisers, our many
Hey,
advertisers.
we'll get them eventually.
Yeah. So, have y'all heard much about the? Well, I need my wife for this. She needs to answer questions
All right.
for me because I don't remember everything.
That's what wives are
Kelly,
good at.
What's the big government one that they all go to that same place? It starts with a B. I can't think of it. And there's videos people have captured of it. And, I mean, it's creepy. The Bohemian
Grove.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Alex
Yeah.
Jones infiltrated
Sorry,
it.
guys.
No worries
What's
at
that?
all.
Yeah,
No
You're
worries.
good.
That's the one you said
Yeah.
Alex Jones did?
Yeah, Moloch, the owl god that they all
Moloch,
worship.
yep.
Oh, yeah. I tell you what, man, there is some creepy stuff going on in our government between all the child sex trafficking and between all the Bohemian Grove type stuff. You know, Jeffrey Epstein is nothing by comparison to what we've been reading up on and been hearing about. It gets crazy.
Do you think Bohemian Grove kind of serves as a like a bonding thing between these rich elite types? Is that what it services, or do they actually believe this stuff?
Do you mean like a bonding thing, like in the Skull and Bone Society, where they make you pour your heart out so that they have a whole bunch of evidence against you to use against you, kind of
Hey,
thing?
that's exactly what I
Do you
said
mean
earlier.
like a bonding? Yeah, or do you mean like a bonding thing, like, oh, it's just something cool to do on a Friday night? Because I don't think anybody goes to Bohemian Grove as something cool to do on a Friday night. That is some sick
Right.
shit going on.
Well,
I agree.
Is it a networking opportunity for these rich elites, or do they actually believe in Moloch the owl god?
Justin Bieber has it tattooed on his forearm.
You know,
No.
as a networking opportunity, I don't know if it makes sense. These individuals have networking opportunities at every summit that happens, every forum that happens. They're able to meet and network with as many high-profile individuals that they want to. So I'm more inclined to believe that it is more in line with something along the Skull and Bones Society, where it's it's kind of a, not necessarily an initiation, but it may be like an initiation rite sort of thing, because you do there's a famous picture from Bohemian Grove that came out that supposedly shows Obama not long after he got elected participating in a ritual there. You know, whether or not that's a real picture, I couldn't tell you. I remember it popping up, and it was interesting to me when it did pop up that it was not long after he got elected. And that's kind of what makes me think if it is something going on there, it might be like an initiation. Like we're bringing you into the fold. Here's how we do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a culture of Satanism in not necessarily our government, but in our society that is very power hungry, and therefore it ends up enveloping our governments and our hierarchy and our elite, you know, as you would say, that we are struggling as a culture to combat. And you know, that a lot of people have said, you know, in my whole life that we're fighting a spiritual battle, you know, and call it what you will, but you know, there's I don't know, you know, take it for what it's worth. I truly believe that there's a lot of between Hollywood, our media, and our government, there is a lot of dark and evilness.
I think
agree.
there's a fair amount of evidence for that. I mean, what was the award show recently? Where
Well,
they
the
did whole-
VMAs or whatever it was with Sam Hill or Sam Smith, I don't know his name, but the one that did the full-on devil worship song live on stage, nobody said anything about it. It was okay for him
Sam
to
Smith.
perform like that. And Cheyenne came home the other day and she's like, Mom, have you noticed that in all of the new music videos, they're like satanic worship? And I started looking through and she's right. They are.
You know, and that's something I expect out of...
Little Nos.
Yeah.
It's not even, I expect that out of metal.
Oh my God.
He's the worst of them all.
That he had. Holy cow. He's literally held his hand over the 8 people that died that night.
Isn't that scary?
And he just stared at them in the creepiest way. He wasn't rapping. He wasn't singing. He was just staring down off that little platform that he was on. It was like some kind of scissor lift thing or something.
And then
I don't know
all
what it was,
8 of them
but
died the same night.
The whole entrance to that concert that night was through the mouth of the devil.
Yeah.
I mean,
I saw that.
He has his own shoes that have drops of human blood in them.
Yeah.
With
You
the
know,
number
I mean,
666 on the back of them.
This is it, and I say we've, you know, as a culture, we've allowed this as something, and we've almost normalized it, which is very creepy.
That's what Gavin and I were talking about the other day. It's almost so into our heads because it's on every single TV show we watch, every podcast, every single thing. There's no getting away from it.
There's no shock content anymore because everything's shocking.
Right.
Everything is shock content. Everyone's seen everything.
Well, and to Chance's point, he's talking about this being more associated with like metal imagery in terms of metal rock.
Absolutely. I'm expecting Whitechapel. I'm
Meatloaf.
expecting
Meatloaf covers. Like, I love Meatloaf, and I think those animations are cool and stuff, but it's more theater than it is anything else. Alice Cooper
All
would
of
get
it's
off stage
theater.
and say, Jesus is Lord.
Iron Maiden, even the death metal, even the guars, even it's all theater.
I think that used to be how it was, but I think what's happening now is real, and they're putting it right in front of our faces, and the kids nowadays don't understand what's being thrown at them.
It's different because it's in the mainstream. It used to be the edgy, we're just saying screw you to authority thing to do, but now it has become
these kids worship these actors. They worship these, singers and celebrities,
And they do.
which is terrifying
Worship
because
is a good word
I
for
have
it.
a teenager and she does look up to some weird people that, it's scary. I look at these videos and they give me the heebie-jeebies. They're scary.
So, Keith, we've got people in chat. Rec in chat is saying that as a filmmaker, I can tell you that the symbolism buried in decades of films is intentional, which touches on what you're saying.
No, it absolutely has been. And me and my wife, we've gone back into the early 80s, even late 70s, and a lot of the film and, just movies. We personally own over, 4,500 movies now. And we've just gone a deep dive in it. I mean, from being brainwashed into global warming and climate change and everything else, to the Satanism, to the pedophilia and everything else. It's been in our theater culture or theatrical culture for a very, very long time, and it's absolutely on purpose.
Well, it's exhausting trying to filter through propaganda for real information.
It truly is.
And it's not just our country, it's every country. Everybody's got their own propaganda. Marty in chat said, and in my day, you had to play records backwards to get your Satan worship. So much more difficult in the old days.
Yeah, now it's just thrown in front of our faces.
Old sad Satan. Sad Satan. Led Zeppelin. What a classic.
Good stuff, though. That's some good
Oh,
stuff.
man.
I love that. I love that line. You had to play records backwards to be a Satanist.
Touching on movies for a second again, speaking on it being in our film for decades, how did Kubrick get away with making Eyes Wide Shut?
I've never seen it.
It is the most every little thing that every conspiracy theory says is happening in our government right now is that movie. That movie is Bohemian Grove and spirit dining and everything you could imagine in modern conspiracy theories wrapped up into a nice little package. He did die before it came out, but it still came out.
Well,
we've
they're
talked
only
about Kubrick
conspiracy
before.
theories until they come true. And, I mean, they're all coming true now.
I don't know about them all, but...
Okay. So one of the big comments that I make all the time is a simple statement that true story, because these works of fiction are depicting things that are probably closer to true stories than they are fiction. From our government and CIA and FBI agents, doing absolutely criminal acts on a regular basis, to, in almost every, I guess, what do you call it, like a dramatized, FBI movie or whatever, and they all do it in for your safety, quote,
Right.
your safety. And
It's
not for our
your
safety.
depends on them breaking the law, at the highest echelon, and we look at this stuff and we're like, true story. Oh yeah, that happened. No,
Yeah.
that actually did happen. Yeah, yep, that happened too. And we look at these works of fiction and they are way closer to reality than they are works of fiction.
I absolutely agree.
Chance?
And we've got Rex saying something in chat about that as well. He says they're
My wife
required.
just said they're soft disclosures.
Yeah, exactly.
But we've got them saying they were required to tell you what they were doing, and this is actually, I was touching on this the other day with you guys. It's in the whatever belief system they're following, it's almost like there's a karmic system where if they can tell us what they're doing, all the horrible things that they're doing, and they can just hide it in such a way that we're too stupid to understand.
Yeah.
We don't get it. We're telling them, but they just don't understand it. Then they're karmically absolved of any negativity that would come from that. They're letting us know. We just don't get it. So it's fine.
So that's actually a part of their religion.
Mhm.
You know, and it's part of this Satanistic religion. They have to tell you that what they're doing in order for, like you're saying, like their karmic, the karma equalization or whatever you want to call it. You know, and and it's happened. I mean, we've had all kinds of this. You know, with you know, even Joe Biden making comments like. You know, we have the largest, I can't quote him verbatim here, guys, but the largest voter fraud organization ever, you know. He's on film saying that, you know, without a stutter, without anything. And we had the worst election in United States history. We stopped counting votes, for Pete's sake. I mean, for the first time ever. So they have to tell you this stuff. It's part of their, like, I'm calling it a religion because that's what it is. They believe this. And I'm not saying I believe this or I'm not saying you believe this, but they do.
Well, you're talking about
Absolutely.
ideologues, but yeah, it is effectively replacing religion.
No doubt. There's a zealousy there that is not seen by the layman in terms of belief systems. That's for sure.
Well, and it's like Rec had said that you got to basically invite a vampire in. You know, you have to invite them in to let them in. That's exactly what they're doing. They're inviting everyone in by telling them just enough. They're telling you through a music video. They're telling you through the news. They're inviting you in.
You're in the club, and so it doesn't matter now.
And there's only a few of us that can actually recognize it.
Touching on something Keith said.
I think more and more people are waking up every day and they're watching this content with a much clearer vision than they probably ever have. And you know, even as me and my wife have gone back and started watching old movies and things like that, you know, and we're starting to see things that we never saw in the 1980s or the 1990s or the early 2000s. I mean, we've watched comedies, we've watched dramas, we've watched, you know, all kinds of different things. And we look back at them now with a much clearer vision and we go, holy crap, they have been feeding us this nonsense since we were children.
Yep.
I mean, and now ask yourself, what are your children going to see?
Well, and that's something Chance says a lot, the key term, predictive programming. You want to go into that?
Yeah, so it's predictive programming is, and don't let me patronize you. Please stop me if you know what it is. But
well, there's viewers out there too.
True. So for everyone out there that doesn't know, it is the thought that in media, major events, mostly catastrophic events, are given hints and clues throughout major instances of media years and decades before they happen to get the public ready for the event to happen, to kind of slide it into the back of their mind so that it is more what the powers that cause said event to be. There's instances, and you know, this isn't necessarily a belief of mine, however, there are instances with say The Simpsons showing what appeared to be an event similar to 9/11 hidden on a movie poster in the background of one of the episodes, and stuff like that has kind of appeared throughout media over the decades.
Well, I mean, The Simpsons is a great case for that. You know, apparently there's been over 20 or 30 now different episodes that have predicted, you know, catastrophic events after, you know, political, things with Donald Trump and everything else under the sun.
Yeah.
And if you're trying to reach the masses and allow them to get an idea like that in their head, I don't think there's a better show, honestly, in my mind, than The Simpsons. What is that if it's not a show for the masses? If that is not the show for the masses and has been for decades.
Oh shoot, what are they on? Like season 36 now?
It's an
It
insane
just keeps
number.
going
It's
and
an
going
insane
and
number.
going.
And it's not to necessarily say The Simpsons is involved in a nation-state level conspiracy, but it's interesting to note that they have gone on that long. There's not many sitcoms that run like that.
So let me ask you something. When it comes to media, and there's all kinds of forms of media, magazines and everything else, what do you think when you get the hand over the eye with the two index finger and your thumb with the three
like
fingers
up. It's very Illuminati.
666.
Yes.
I also get a lot of Thelema vibes from it. A lot of left-hand path. It's always the left hand you see. They always cover up their eye with their left hand.
Right. Now, is that coming from the actual actor or the person themselves, or is that coming from the person that's telling them to pose for the picture? That's what's always kind of got me on that.
I would be inclined to say that it is coming from the director for the photo shoots. Typically,
that's my thought too.
The posing is going to be dealt with. Like, you're
So
going to be
what about the
told
music
where to
videos
pose.
and things like that? You don't think the artist has a say in what they're putting in their own music videos?
I think they do. I think the director has a higher say if they're not directing their own videos and how it actually comes across on screen, though. I think the content is where they have the... Go ahead. I'm sorry, Keith.
No, it's okay. We were at a show just recently at the Gorge of George in George Washington, Washington, and it's actually in George, Washington. Weird, right? But anyway, we call all kinds of symbolism in the videography done behind the stage. And there was also some strange stuff. A couple years ago, we went to the same show with Dave Matthews on their 3-day weekend on what they call Labor Day weekend, and it's a fantastic show. It's a bunch of pot smoking hippies, and it's a great show. But the symbolism around the show was very dark. They only serve for water, a water called Liquid Death.
So I just found out what that was recently.
Yeah.
And you cannot buy water there that's not this brand. Huh. And then the first song that they decided to play, not this year, but last year, was There's Something in the Water.
That's interesting.
Okay, hold on.
What was that?
Don't drink the water, there's blood in the water.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. The song is Don't Drink the Water, There's Blood in the Water.
Oh, that's kind of scary.
And, I mean, we literally poured them out. We did not drink them. I mean,
I wouldn't have either.
Out.
That's funky.
But again, the artist knows what's behind them. They know what they're promoting when they're wearing a certain color shoe. Or, I mean, you can get all into that too, like the red shoes and stuff. But
Dorothy,
there's a lot of stuff that you can go into with that. But the artists themselves, they know what they're doing. They know what they're pushing. They have an agenda.
Either that or they were given that agenda. It may not be their agenda. They may just be being told what to push. You know what I'm saying? They may
be pawns or puppets.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Here's your money. Here's your fame. Do what we say.
Here, yeah, exactly. Like Chance said, here's your money. Here's your fame. Now do what you're told.
Mm-hmm.
Well, selling your a soul to the devil. This all comes back to the Satanism stuff, and it's not that I believe, that it. I mean, I think what they believe is insanity, but what they believe this shit.
Yeah.
And sorry, pardon the language.
No worries.
YouTube doesn't kick you off for language, I don't think.
No, but as long as it's not in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, we're good.
Sorry, we'll clip this and put it on Rumble.
Yeah, there's certain things we'll have to switch to Rumble to actually cover because, you can now be charged for things you say.
Yeah.
We don't have our free will to say what we want anymore.
To touch on like selling your soul to the devil, I mean, that has been in the music industry, at least. That's been the myth, the joke, the like mythology for ever and ever and ever. At least, I mean, you look at rock and roll, every single one of them. You ask them how they got famous, sold my soul to the devil.
But they say it in a joking way, but I believe it. I mean, there's a video of
almost every famous artist, though, also has a song about selling their soul to the devil in one form or another. I mean, it makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Well,
we call it truth stranger than fiction sometimes.
Exactly. Well, with Katy Perry, I mean, she put it on an album when she was 15 years old. It was a completely Christian album, and it didn't do well. By the time she was 18, 19, she started switching over, and they have a video of her saying, you know what, like, I didn't make it in the Christian music industry, so I sold my soul to the devil. Like, she's openly denounced her Christianity. She's gone in a way that, I wouldn't be proud to go, but look how famous she is. Look where it got her. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I think it exists in all platforms, though, not just fame and being an actress or an actor or a song singer, songwriter, or anything like that. I mean, it goes into politics and stuff like that too. They say a lot of, the selling your soul to the devil takes a sacrifice, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you look at, major politicians and things like that, look at the catastrophes in their life. Look at the wives that have died, or the husbands, or the children, that have died for this reason, or supposedly that reason, or supposedly this reason, whatever. And you find that our politicians are wreaked with havoc in their lives with things like that happening. And it makes you wonder, were those the sacrifices that they made with the deal that they made with the devil, to get to their political, aspirations? I mean, and when we think about fame, you don't necessarily think of your local senator as famous, but that local senator went from being worth, a couple $100,000 to being worth $14 million in 4 or 5 years.
Right.
There's fame in that, would you say?
Well, and a sense of control and power. A way to push, agendas onto people again.
I mean, how do you go from being worth $1 million to being worth $20 million in 3 years?
A lot of insider tips.
As a politician.
Yeah, insider tips.
Insider information, just generally, like, what legislation is coming down, so you know how it's going to affect the market.
No, it's interesting because
would you not be tempted to, I guess, sell your soul to the devil to be in that position of power?
I mean, you could argue that alone is an act of selling your soul to some sort of devil.
Yeah, that's true.
The point you bring up about their lives being wreaked with havoc, I find very interesting because at least observationally, it does seem that a statistically anomalously high amount of accidents befall our government employees and the people who surround them.
Was it Obama's chef recently?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fell in a pool and drowned.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Is it just publicized more? Is it because they're more in the public eye?
Possibly. Everything's televised every time now.
I'll tell you what, if Hillary Clinton wanted to befriend me, I would be scared.
I would run.
Yeah.
Run the opposite way.
Definitely need a food tester.
Oh, or two.
I would change my phone number.
Yes.
No doubt. Oh man. No, that is it's very interesting to think that there is some kind of religious sect controlling the government, and I'm gonna touch on something real quick that I don't have any verification on to pull up, so it's something I'll have to. I might
we
talk
never
about
do
this.
that.
I might talk about this a little more in depth the next episode because it is very interesting. But in South Korea, there was an organization called the Eight Divines, and it was a group of women that had.
It's the plot of Dune.
It is. This sounds wacky. This sounds like it's not real. It is. There was a group of women that essentially groomed a lady from birth to become the president, the head. I'm not sure exactly what their I don't know the word.
Leader.
What
whatever.
their title, title of their leader is, but essentially the president of South Korea. And it was an Illuminati-esque organization, essentially, pulling strings on a puppet head. And so if there is a religious sect that is able to take control of South Korea, it does not make any different sense in my mind that it wouldn't be able to happen right here.
I mean, that's exactly what they're doing to our kids right now. They are grooming them right now. They're grooming them at school. They're grooming them on TV. Like, I am terrified of the world I'm bringing my own kids up in because I can't protect them from it.
What Chance was talking about, that plot in Korea was a feminization of the culture.
Mm-hmm. It was directly related to the goals of that group were to emasculate the male population of South Korea and make them more docile and easier to control so that there would not be a revolution or an uprising. And which is similar to what you see happening in America today.
You mean everything
well,
talks
I would say
masculinity?
mission accomplished, wouldn't you?
I absolutely would. And I think that mission just got caught in one place. It's happening everywhere else.
Oh yeah. I mean, when we talk about uprisings, we find that uprisings are allowed in one direction and not allowed in another.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
And what we're seeing is basically a boot on the head of anybody looking for morality in our culture in America today. Boot on the neck, I guess you could say, maybe not just the head, but they're definitely trying to snuff out anybody standing up against it. To the point of calling, concerned parents at school board meetings terrorists.
I remember that. That
it's,
was
A lot of double standards.
Well, it's scary what they're doing in the schools right now.
Today, Joe Biden stood up on stage in his speech, and he told the world, or was it last night? I don't know. I saw it today. I didn't see it last night or whenever it happened in the last day or two. But he stood up on stage and basically put a good 25 or 30% of this nation under the banner of terrorist, of extremist terrorist. And that's a scary, boot on your head. I mean, because there are rules around, that kind of terminology and laws around that kind of terminology when you are deemed, a terrorist, or you're deemed, these extremists, for a moral perspective on what your children should be reading in third grade.
Right.
We should be able to have these arguments without having these names and these, things thrown at us. I say arguments. Let's just talk about it, because as soon as you try to bring it up half the time, it's considered, something crazy. Now, this isn't conspiracy theory, so I would like to get back to the conspiracy side of this.
Yeah, I was going to say,
point,
on these platforms, I'm a little afraid to say anything about it other than the rhetoric could be perceived as divisive.
Yeah, no doubt.
Absolutely, but that goes back to the divide and conquer. That goes back to the emasculation that is definitely, I agree with it happened and it worked.
No, 100%. I mean, like I said, I'll have to. I might touch on this a little bit next episode. Come with the news articles that came out about it. But it was very interesting to see, and what was essentially an Illuminati-esque type organization controlling a government of what is not
To be
like.
clear, we're talking about Korea.
Yeah, South Korea too. Like, not a developing country. This is a country that has a functioning economy comparable to nation states of its size. It's not like a country that's struggling economically
Or modern nation.
or anything like that. You know, it's
Yeah,
well
they
off
have
enough.
major manufacturing in South Korea.
So.
My wife has got close ties over there as well. But when it comes to it, I mean, they've been making tractors and cars and everything else under the sun for since the 60s.
Wow.
They're not necessarily, there might maybe still be developing it to our level here, but they're still a quite large economy.
Exactly, and to have, my point in bringing that up specifically is it's not like we're dealing with necessarily a banana republic here, where whoever has the
This isn't the
most.
Congo.
Yeah, exactly. This is an established government with an established economy, and it was still able to be infiltrated, and it makes me think that that is 100% possible and 100% already done here. No doubt in my mind. Especially, we do see the way that these politicians act and the way that some of them get caught up in what people deem to be conspiracies. And, we see politicians, we see celebrities, it's across the board. Powerful and influential people all seem to be bringing symbolism to the forefront of a similar nature, and very specifically like Satanistic in that nature.
You want to get back to something kind of funny. You probably all already know this. But conspiracy theorist was derived after John F. Kennedy was assassinated in order to deter people from, as a derogatory term, to deter people from falling into, the media's, falling into the Kennedy assassination conspiracies.
Yeah, ironically, the term conspiracy theorist was a conspiracy theory.
Yep.
Exactly. That's what I thought was so funny about it. Thank you for reeling me in there.
No, that's good stuff, man, and it makes you think. It's goofy, but it makes you think. Like, why would they create that term if they weren't trying to discredit an entire group of people?
Well, what better way
For
to do it
using
is
their
make
brain.
make the people that are actually opening their minds and seeing things, make them look as crazy as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even in our own family, we have family members that look at us like, what? You believe that? Oh my God. It's insane. And it's like, okay, how do you not? How do you not see what's right in front of your face?
Pattern recognition, right?
Oh man, I could go down some rabbit holes on literally how do you not see the insanity behind so many things. And like you said about the whole this platform and everything else, it's crazy how just trying to have a show on conspiracies and what you've heard and what I've heard, and not that we believe any of this stuff, just
right, exactly.
speaking what we've heard from here, what we've read from there, it could put us into a bad position. That I'm not saying I believe it. I'm saying I heard it.
Right.
I'm saying I read this.
Well, and in context, we're talking about it. We've just done a segment about Gremlins, so.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so you can take what we're saying in context, and we're not saying we believe in it, not believe in it. We just want to put the information out there because it's fun to talk about. But God forbid we say the wrong things, and boom, just like that, we're gone.
Absolutely.
We've lost our right to say those things.
I think we've got a lot of people that are opening their eyes a lot more to the reality of what their eyes are seeing than to what the media is propagating.
No
And
doubt.
I
I
hope
think
so.
that's amazing.
I hope more people each day start seeing what we're being brainwashed.
It's
And
a,
maybe it's a conspiracy on our end. Maybe I don't think so. I think we are. I think we're getting brainwashed for sure.
it's a shame the term woke was so co-opted, because that's what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Well, I call it awakening,
Yeah, red pill and
um,
stuff like that.
or awake. You're right, though. That went kind of the other direction, didn't it?
It
Yeah,
really
it
did. It
tends to
sounded like a
do
good
that
thing.
on here. I feel like we're eventually going to have to do a whole show just on Rumble where we can actually open up and talk a little bit more about the deeper sides of things. But I still, even on there, I feel like we'll have to be careful.
Well, specifically modern conspiracy theories is what
Yeah.
we want to get into, and we're a little bit afraid to do it on YouTube. And again, not
Yeah.
that we necessarily
Well,
believe them.
if you want to get into something older that I always, had a fun time with was the Skull and Bone Society. I'm sure that that's one of our oldest conspiracy theories, but when we look at families like the Bushes, bankers for the Nazis, back before World War II and everything else, and then we realize that we didn't have just one generation, we had two generations of these guys succeeding to the level of presidency. We had the first generation was head of the CIA, and recruited the same person that assassinated, Kennedy. I mean, this kind of stuff is hard to not have a wonder about.
No
Like,
doubt. You
how did
start
this
pulling
happen?
those you start pulling that red thread between all the dots and things make sense.
But if you get too close, you
You're like,
suddenly go missing.
well,
You don't want to get
how
too
did
close.
we let this happen?
How did we let this happen?
As a culture, as a society, guys?
We had the wool put over our eyes, and it very recently has just started to blow off in the wind.
Mm,
It's
I
not. There's
like
not
it.
even. I don't even
Yeah.
think an active. Someone's pulling it off. I think it's just falling apart for them.
Mm. Well, I mean, a lot of us believe the truth is will be, revealed, at on a spiritual level, or through even the same media that I might condemn from, on the most part, that the truth will come out sooner or later. It always does, and I just wonder sometimes if as a society, very similar to the whole Kennedy assassination thing, people got tired of it. After so many years, it was just like they just didn't care. And are we being worn down now with, this political, conspiracy here and this one here and so many hitting us so often that we're just getting to a society that we just don't care anymore?
It's starting to feel
we
that
don't
way.
feel our vote doesn't count, and it doesn't matter, and I'm just trying to get along, I mean, are we just being worn down?
Desensitized. I see where you're coming from there, and I can absolutely understand it. I think that is.
I think it's
Go ahead.
I think it's important to not be so-called black-pilled, right? This idea of that you just fall into you despair about everything. It's easy to, but you got to look at the interpersonal relationships you're having, because they're the ones that are going to matter. That's where you're going to have the most influence, and everybody has them.
Well, I mean, when I'm talking about being worn down, I'm talking about being worn down in just everyday decision making. Sometimes, I mean, I'll throw the whole COVID thing there. I had a friend of mine come to call me in tears, he had dad and a mom. He has his grandmother still, that he's taken care of. He's got children. He's got his career. He's got a company he works for. The white. I mean, so many people coming at him, and he did not honestly know what to believe. He had read, he had studied, he had looked up all this stuff from one end of the spectrum to the other, and he had people from every designation of religion and everything else coming at him, and telling them what they thought and what they believed in this. But he did his own research, and at the end of the day, he did not know what to do. Should he get the vaccine? Should he not? Should he believe this? Should he believe that? Whatever. It didn't matter. But he put thousands of hours into it and couldn't, what do you believe anymore? What's true?
As again, it's a hard time to filter the truth out of the propaganda.
It is.
So
it's scary.
When we get worn down, we're not just getting worn down sometimes in, conspiracy theory here and there and this, that, and the other. It's everyday decision making, and what's believable and what's not. I mean, we live in a world of deep fakes that is, can get people in trouble. They're the guy that just went to prison over a meme.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
In New York.
Well, that's a problem on the horizon that's just going to keep growing. This is going to get crazy with AI deepfakes and stuff.
Yeah, no doubt that tech has been exponential.
Who here in this conversation believes that there may be lizard people that are actually in control?
Oh, there's totally lizard people in control.
I've heard some fun stories about the
we were just watching
LA.
Stuff on it.
No,
I'm pretty sure that is the case. I'm pretty sure we have some lizard people up there in the hierarchy.
There's specific stories about myths underneath LA about lizard people, which are really fun. I don't necessarily believe in it in the common sense that they've infiltrated power and stuff like that, but they're a cool cryptid in my mind.
Well, they definitely play that one up a lot in the media too, and the movies and everything else too.
That they did. You have lizard people. I'm trying to think. What's the one movie? It's older. There's a bunch of lizard people in the temple. They're walking towards the guy, and they just keep repeating their name. It starts with an S or something.
Well, if you want to go really old, you got Arnold Schwarzenegger and I had it on the tip of my tongue. I'm horrible at this. Where he's got the sword, and he's baby. What's the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie? Like 1982.
With lizard people?
Crap. Oh yeah. They're all snake. It's a whole snake thing, and it's they're all in like the temple, and they like worship this massive Conan the Barbarian.
Oh, it's Conan? Okay.
Yeah, Conan the Barbarian. Wasn't the Temple of Doom and a bunch of those have a bunch of lizard and snake symbolism?
Well, snakes have been used as symbolism for demon, devil, stuff like that for
It's not just
years.
demons, though. Snakes have been really important in archaeological discoveries that date back before, like, the Younger Dryas. Like, early civilization that isn't even acknowledged.
I don't know. I always look at snakes and think of demons. I hate them.
Spirit, or like, what is the symbolism like supposed to mean? Like as a symbol of power, or?
So
what?
In the context of the Younger Dryas, they saw comets that looked like serpents, and they believe maybe some astrological impact on the Earth, a meteor, an asteroid, had caused that catastrophe. And that was the best way they had to describe it.
Oh,
interesting. Is that why we have like Mayan civilizations having like snake gods and things like that?
I don't know about the Mayans, but
Aztecs, that general area, you see that a lot.
Well, the Mayans were big into human sacrifice, that's for sure.
That's what it seems to point to.
No doubt. Yeah, that interesting culture there. There's a lot of like almost UFO-esque hieroglyphic structures that have been I say structures loosely, I don't necessarily mean buildings, but that have been found in Central and South America in regions that were host to civilizations of that ilk. And some of them seem to indicate like vehicles or craft that would not have been possible to have been made during the times that the drawings indicate.
Well, I mean, I guess that kind of goes back to some of the technology that made some of the stone walls and roads and stuff like that we look at today, and we can't even explain how it was done.
No doubt.
I mean, would you agree?
Oh yeah, I just watched a thing on YouTube about that not long ago, and about the pyramids and how straight they were, and certain things were too exact for them not to have some kind of knowledge of what they were doing.
Absolutely, the measurement there was more precise than analog methods of the time would have been allowed.
So there's a wall. I don't know where I saw this. I don't know where it is. Don't hold me, but you can hold me to what I did see. The wall has irregular shaped stones. And these irregular shaped stones, I'm talking about like, complete Z-type figure offsets and things like that are, rounded corners even, that are fit to other stones with exact precision. Where you dig out both sides of the stone and
there's no grout.
Like it had to have been cut with a laser like a jigsaw puzzle.
I know what you're talking about.
Like they had ways of doing this stuff long before we did. It's like, did we lose the technology and it just go away and we had to bring it back, or what happened? Because they had something.
The most compelling argument I've heard on that is the explanation that it was like harmonic resonance. Like they would line guys up with like big tubas or something, and they were able to resonate at enough or at the right frequency in order to move these stones into place and do weird stuff like that.
So the vibration moved the stones into the place. I don't know.
The next time I call a moving company, there better be a bunch of men busting out the back with didgeridoos, or I ain't about it.
No, man. I want to see a tuba and a bassoon.
Yes.
The bassoon's a real niche one.
Oh, man.
My sister played the bassoon.
Yeah, that's fun.
I can't play reeded instruments.
It's actually kind of funny. One of my family members was asking how to move heavyweight oil, and I brought up, using harmonic resonance as a way to pump and help keep a heavyweight oil moving down the pipeline. And I don't know if they ever used it or not, but that was my solution from afar, to a very complicated question.
It's actually a pretty good idea, though.
A lot more.
Yeah, sound is very powerful.
Yes, it is. It is. When we talk about, frequency, so many of us have been diving down different rabbit holes, especially down the conspiracy world and all that. But a lot of us have also found a lot of great information on frequency and the frequency of your body. Especially if you've dived down any of the 5G rabbit holes, of harm and how the frequency and the millimeter wave, goes through your body and everything else. To just how you can raise your vibration and better things happen. You focus on the better things in life and the things you aspire to, and they fall into place, and what they call the secret or whatever,
I was just going to say, like, the basis of the secret.
But yeah, exactly.
Can you
But
expand upon that?
you probably dove down a couple of those rabbit holes in your life, especially in the last few years since COVID. But at the end of the day, most of it comes back to frequency and vibration, and being in tune either with your surroundings or with the earth. And it goes back to being grounded. We wear rubber soles every day because we don't want our feet to touch the ground. Well, there's electrical current in that ground every day. I can put 2 posts in the ground, and I can put my voltmeter on it between the 2 posts, and I will measure an electrical current.
You'll catch a current.
The further I put those posts away, I will measure an electrical current. There is energy in our earth radiating out of our earth, and our earth is nothing but frequency. So as we have, anyway.
The book he's referring to, it's The Secret. And basically in the book that I got from it is basically what you put out is what you get back. And like if you want something, you put that out into the universe and you make it happen. I liked the book. It was a good read. I don't think I'm like part of The Secret, but I do have a lot of those same beliefs.
Yeah. I think, but though, that it comes back to, though, your mental vibration, your mental frequency. When you're not focused on, the dog dying or the drama and everything else, you're focused on moving forward and things like that. I think that is actually a different vibration. Depression is a different vibration than jubilance, or you know what I'm saying. So when you are in the different vibration, you kind of attract a frequency that comes naturally.
Well, there's
it may be. Go ahead.
There's like the government has talked on there's papers on stuff like HemiSync, where they're essentially trying to use sound, use repetitious tones or tonal harmonic differences to train the brain to operate at like a different wavelength than it normally operates on, like basically lowering the megahertz, the clock speed of your brain, or raising it up based off of kind of using sound to have it hone in on a particular frequency. So there's been government like touchings. This is FOIA articles you can find. There's been government touchings on what you're talking about.
Well, I think if like you have a certain frequency, you run on a higher frequency, and you get together with a person that may be like he said, depressed or something like that, and they're going at a lower frequency, they can bring you down. They're bringing your energy down. Like I call it the energy vampire. When I'm around somebody that just takes it all from me, and there's nothing left when you're done with them for you. Yeah.
Yep.
You mean Chance?
No, he's not an energy vampire. No, but there are those people.
You mean my mother? You mean my mother?
We're not going there. But yes, there are those certain people that take that from you when they're around, and you can feel it. And then there's the other people that come into the room and they can light up the room. They make you feel absolutely amazing the moment they walk in. And I want to hang out with those people.
I feel that.
And then they tell you crazy stories about lizard people.
Yes, those are the best kind of people.
Lizard people?
I mean, all of us. How do you know I'm not a lizard person? Dun, dun, dun.
Everyone takes off their masks. We're all lizard people.
I know, right?
Like, guys, again, really? Can we not get this right?
I'm not just a pretty face. I'm a little scaly.
Oh, man.
Oh, these dogs.
That's a t-shirt right there.
Right?
No doubt.
Got some ideas.
A Photoshop you licking your own eyeball or something.
There you go. Well, shoot, nowadays there's people walking around like real lizard people with the split tongues, and they're actually getting like weird, scaly things put into their bodies. It's a little weird.
I saw a lady that I thought she had like a broke collarbone, and I was like, I'm sorry, but what happened to both of your collarbones? And she goes, oh, those are implants. I'm like,
Oh, wow.
That's terrible.
Okay.
So Marty had commented on it about the guy that built the massive anti-gravity thing. Is he talking about those things you lay in that are like metal that make you have better brain activity?
No,
No, that's not what he's talking about.
I am unsure.
I don't know. He'll have to call in and explain that.
Keith,
maybe
have
in the
y'all
second
heard
half.
about that where you lay inside of metal? What is it? It's like a tube of aluminum or something, and you get inside, you can sleep in it, things like that, and suddenly you can have more psychic abilities or something.
Interesting.
No, haven't heard anything about that.
Gavin, what's it called?
I'd have to look it up.
I wonder if that has to do with some of the frequency stuff, though, we were just touching on.
Well, that's what I was thinking it was. It messes with your thing.
Alloys, well, different metals and alloys have completely different resonance. So
Talking about a
that
Kozaroff
might open
mirror.
up a different like part of your brain or something like that. That maybe like your third eye or something like other people believe in. That's interesting.
Gavin just pulled it up. Say it again. It's a
Kozaroff mirror.
And people all over the world have started building them. And they apparently can get psychic powers or time travel, or there's a lot of different things that people say they can do with it.
Hey, the government said psychic powers are real and they could remote view through time, so something like this wouldn't surprise me. Not in the slightest.
We were talking about predictive programming earlier, with a lot of the television, and we were kind of going on the political side of that, but you got your Star Wars and your Star Trek and stuff like that too, that did a lot of that. And in a lot of that, they were basically doing what was the impossible. And it kind of brings you back to the whole magician thing, that what we perceive now as impossible would be like magic, right? But 100 years ago, what we can do now, this thing that we're doing right now, would be perceived as absolute magic. We might even be burned at the stake as a witch or something
Absolutely.
If they saw this. So when we think of time travel or aluminum tubes and, frequencies and things like that, think of what we already do with frequency. We're communicating worldwide right now on a live stream in 3 different formats, probably. It's kind of witchcraft,
Yeah.
When you really think about it, you're making me realize something. It's terrifying that I think about it, and circuit boards are nothing but just tiny lightning rocks. Like, how does it all work?
Yeah.
None of it really actually makes any sense.
Through the air and able to communicate with people across the country, across, the ocean. It's how is this happening? How did we get here?
Sorcery.
Well, hey, so you do some ham radio stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, when we think about different weather patterns, and things like that, and how it affects, a frequency of our broadcast on a ham radio, where you can talk to Australia today and you can talk to New Zealand, tomorrow, but you can't talk to Australia. And then maybe 5 days from now, you hit the right wind pattern, electrical shift or
ionospheric conditions,
whatever, and you can talk to somebody in Japan.
You hit the skip, I think is what they call that.
Yeah, and you never know who
So,
it's going to be. It's always the most exciting thing. You can hit anybody.
It's propagation
I mean,
in the ionosphere.
or it could be because of mass depression in the UK. I mean, causing their brainwaves to be, I
Maybe.
don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just
there's a lot
kidding.
you can go
I have
into
no
that.
idea. We might actually be able to control the weather as a group, maybe.
If we
Well,
hold
we
our
have.
fingers to our heads really hard and we concentrate really hard.
We gotta do a rain
Ah!
dance. Well, there is evidence of like weather manipulation. We've got videos coming
Well, I mean,
out
you've
of
seen the ones with the
Dubai. They're
aliens
seeding
coming
clouds
by.
and stuff.
And they're getting in the clouds, and the clouds. Oh, wait, that was the movie we watched the other day. We
that
watched
was
a
weird.
complete hour-and-a-half movie, and it didn't get to me until the end that there was no words. There was no words the entire movie. It was just aliens.
It was just.
But I didn't realize until we were an hour and a half in that nobody had spoken. But the aliens controlled the storms. They were the ones that brought in the storms in that. Maybe they're hiding in our clouds.
Well, I mean, think about it. So, as you've got a ball, which is our Earth, right?
Yep.
Well, there are other people that believe it's flat, but there are.
I mean,
people
it's not.
that believe it's flat. I'll put it that way. It could be. It could be. I've never been in space, so I mean.
According to my daughter, when she
nor have
looks
I
at
been
the
to
map,
North
she
Pole
thinks it
or the
is.
South Pole. So it could be. I've never been there. I actually had a funny conversation with a colleague of mine today, and we were talking about how you can't differentiate the truth. You can read everything you want. We've talked about this actually earlier today. It's very hard to differentiate the truth, and I kind of made the point of the flat Earth. I said, how can I really hate somebody or think they're stupid because they believe in flat Earth? I've never been to space. The only depiction of the Earth as a globe from space is something that's been pieced together from 100 different pictures. I mean, it's really hard for me to say that I've been given some truth that he doesn't have, when in fact, everything I've been given is a possible lie. I mean, from even the moon landing. So, man, you got the wrong guy to call into this show.
No, we got the perfect one.
Ever existed.
We need you every week. This is perfect.
Well, that's interesting because you're right. You don't necessarily know. People have this hubris that they must know it all because somebody smart told them that. And, it's silly. If somebody believes something that's you think is silly or you think is backwards, you don't necessarily have to hate them for it. You can still think, well, I think you're kind of crazy, but...
Exactly. I agree.
I mean, I guess where is their evidence coming from at the point? I used to have a family member that if you sent them an article or you sent them something that it didn't matter if it was funny or whatever, it all depended on where it came from. Was it a reliable source? Well, I'd like you to tell me one reliable source, and if you think you can, I will refute it in probably seconds or minutes of why they're not a reliable
right.
source.
Yeah, there ain't much you can trust in the world of information.
You mean CNN's
anymore.
not telling me the complete truth? They're not reliable? I thought CNN and all the Fox News things told me all the truth.
I mean, even places that used to be bastions of nonpartisanship, like Reuters, that were just kind of like the facts are the facts are the facts, have now gone the way of partisanship and delineation and just like absolute tribal
Opinion
thinking.
journalism.
Uh-huh.
Mm. Do y'all believe, okay, so this isn't necessarily about beliefs, but have y'all heard about the moon landings?
Yeah.
Yeah, the news has reached us.
I still don't think they're real.
Where do y'all stand on some of the footage and things like that and some of the, I guess you could say, cinematography that may or may not have been involved. And also, let's expand that thought process and talk about all of the astronauts that died soon after, except for a couple of them.
It's all fake.
That was one of the interesting things.
Every bit of it. We didn't go to the moon.
See, I disagree with you. I believe it's all real, but a lot of the photos are manipulated because NASA has a long history of image manipulation.
That they do. No, I don't think space is real, actually, frankly.
Great.
Not in the way that we think it
Have a
is,
rational
right?
conversation.
Okay, hold on. Hear me out, though. Because you're talking about photo manipulation. Go look at NASA does have a history of this, because even in modern day, there's stuff. You can see some of the footage from the space station. Like, there's wires and a green screen. There's a video of them wheeling George H.W. Bush, like, out, and they can see the green screen. Like, you can see the person in the back, and the green screen behind them, and then the, like, live output video next to them that doesn't have the green screen in it. And it's like, excuse me, why is the window that's showing the Earth covered by a giant green screen window? So it's like they have been manipulating photos for a very long time.
I've seen some of what you're talking about, and it is astounding, and it's really hard to believe that we actually have anybody up there in space. And this whole space race with the, oh my gosh, I mean, talk about predictive programming. Look at our logo for the Space Force.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looks like something that literally came right out of Star Trek.
Yeah.
I mean, the uniforms and everything. I mean, it's kind of crazy. But where are we actually going? What are they actually doing? I mean, have y'all seen the videos of the rockets that look like they're skipping across the firmament?
No.
I haven't seen that one.
We've got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that there's no place to go. Hey, people talking about traveling the universe in space and faster than light technology and everything, but yet he also says in another clip that there's, I don't know why people, are crazy about this. There's no place to go. We can't get out there. I've heard that there's a radiation belt that is around the moon that would take 6 feet of lead to get through without radiation poisoning.
Well, that's what we were talking about just the other day.
Early.
Yep, the Van Allen radiation belt.
Peter?
Oh, it sounds like we have another caller coming in.
To send a voicemail, press 2.
How do we do 2 calls?
Well,
That's awkward.
We've never had that before.
Oh, that's awkward.
hello? Did we lose Keith?
Keith, are we there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I think we have another call coming in.
We did, but
Is there a way we can get you to call again next week, though?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for
Awesome.
calling.
We do appreciate it, my man.
All right.
All right, we'll talk to you
Love
next
guys.
week.
Talk to you later.
Love you. Bye.
Have a good one.
Bye.
whoever was trying to call, if you can call back.
Yeah, if you can call
We'll,
back. We got your call. We just didn't know how to take 2 callers at once. So give us a call
I
back.
was trying to put it on hold, and it came through still.
Gotcha.
We're still working at all the
Weather
kinks in
lines, yeah.
Did it say how they call? Like, are we able to call back,
Yeah.
or is that not a thing?
I'm with Rec in chat. He says, I can't get on the flat Earth stuff and the no moon landing, but yes, they do mess with photos. Yeah, I'm that camp.
No, I don't believe we live in a flat Earth. I do believe that we are tricked into different things that they put out there for us, though. Pictures are messed with. Videos are blocked out in certain areas. I mean, growing up being military most of my life, like, I don't know. I feel like we're hidden from a lot of this stuff.
Oh, 110%. There are a ton of things that we are not made privy to, and we will probably never be made privy to. However, there's also...
Yeah, but there's physical evidence of the moon landing. Like, you can bounce a laser off of some of the equipment that was left there. There's photography of the moon landing sites.
So they launched a probe up, and it landed on the moon where they wanted it to land. And it
Sounds
also
like it's harder
had
than actually going to the moon.
a Rube Goldberg-esque machine, and it slapped a footprint down.
I feel like the time of the moon landing, though, the technology, I mean, they had just gone from radios to TVs and stuff, and you're telling me they had the technology to film it from space?
Not just to film it, it was broadcast live.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So they literally had just gone from radio shows to barely making TV.
And now they're broadcasting.
And now they're broadcasting from space.
Yeah, but it's not moving through an atmosphere. You can move a signal through space without a problem.
Possibly if there's debris of any sort in the way, you're done.
That's how satellite works. They don't need a high power transmitter as much as it's open space. So you're...
Yeah, but in the 60s, we didn't have like satellite transmitters.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, we didn't even have that technology yet. Unless we did. And nobody else knew about it.
It was just later when they decided to drop it on us.
Well, yeah, I don't know who was trying to call. I didn't recognize the number.
I believe they said their name was Peter. But Peter, if you're out there...
Oh, I didn't hear that. Yeah, Peter,
Yeah,
if you're watching, please do call back in. We do want to talk. Yeah, I tried to put the call on hold so we could end with Keith and pick it up, and that just didn't work, apparently.
Is there a way for us to redial the number?
That I'm unsure on.
Rex talking about Hollow Moon and how that's interesting.
I am not seeing chat update anymore.
I mean, I think we're okay. We're still on. Yeah, Hollow Moon's interesting because the moon has like a resonance to it. Like it rings like a bell when it gets hit. Should still be on. Usually we would be in a break right now, but I just wanted to give Peter, I guess, a chance to call back in if he wanted. If not, we'll go to break for a minute and come back, and by all means, please call us then. In the meantime, you guys want to do a thing?
Oh, the thing.
Let's do the thing.
The thing.
Okay. I didn't do it yet.
I'm ready.
What are you practicing?
Yes, we're practicing.
This isn't rehearsal. 3, 2, 1.
Like, subscribe, and get notifications. Seriously, y'all, we're still starting out, so go ahead and like our page if you can. We would really, really appreciate it.
It definitely helps us out, yeah. And honestly, just watching the content. A lot of YouTube is just watch time. So if you could put something on, even if you don't want to use your bandwidth, throw it in like a lower resolution and just let it play. It helps us.
We make perfect background noise as you build out your Minecraft world. Trust me.
Well, and we do weekly shorts, things like that. Go like our videos. Go help support us if you want to see more.
We should start the Dark Dial Minecraft server.
Oh, that'd be fun. That'd be fun.
That would be cool. I'd enjoy it for a little while until I got bored and there was nothing else to do.
Yeah,
in
the Minecraft cycle ends up making its way out.
Yeah.
Well, I thought Keith's call was super cool.
That was.
I really hope he calls back next week.
He had a lot of interesting.
I'm telling you, I'm sure it could have kept going.
We had him on for over an hour.
Yeah.
Which was fine. It was great.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I wish we could get our other caller back. We do apologize. We didn't know how to answer.
We didn't expect to be so popular having so many people call at the same time.
Yeah, we've never had 2 callers, but that's exciting.
Is this
I
a
really wanted to know what they said. Now I'm like, I want to know.
The fear of missing out.
Yes.
Is this a harp station we're looking at here, Gavin?
Yeah, that was a harp station.
Okay.
I had taken it down off the stream, but there you go. When we were talking about ionospheric propagation and weather control and stuff like that, obviously that goes along with that.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was off. I just saw it up there and was curious. Cody, we did mention some Minecraft. We did indeed. Everyone loves Minecraft. It's one of the most influential video games of the past 2 decades. There's some spookiness in Minecraft, right? There's something
I've
spooky
only
about
watched
it.
my kids play it. I've never actually played. Oh, I hear it.
Like we are getting
It looks like it's probably a different caller, but
Oh, okay.
Call from
Keith.
oh, Keith's
to
calling
accept,
back.
press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Why don't you tell Keith? I'm gonna pick up, but why don't you tell him we'll go to a break real quick?
Gotcha.
Because we all need to pee and need water. We've been on for a couple hours.
Keith, welcome back. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, my man. Do you mind
So-
giving us a few minutes calling back after we take a short break? We're going to go to a quick intermission here real quick, get ourselves some snacks, some drinks, run to the bathroom, and then come back nice and refreshed for everyone.
Oh no, absolutely. I just wanted to say my wife told me to apologize for having a beer or two while we were talking.
No worries at all.
Oh, that's too funny. Yeah, not a problem, my man. We appreciate you calling in for sure.
Later, guys.
All right,
Absolutely.
bye.
Thanks again. Okay, so we're gonna go to a break for like probably about 20 minutes because we need to pee and get something
It's
to drink.
been a couple hours.
It's been a few
Yeah,
hours.
We've been on for almost 3 hours now.
But
So
stay with us
Yeah.
because we want to talk to you some more. We still haven't even gotten into all of
Yeah,
the
there's
celebrity
more
devil worship.
segments. Stay tuned on the intermission screen. We've got some musical selections from Problem Bear to serenade you guys with, so you're not just listening to nothing while you wait. And we will be right back before too long.
See you soon.
you can check them out on Spotify. Problem Bear.
Yes.
Good stuff. They gave us permission to use this. So, all right, we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for sticking with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for the break.
Yeah, we had to pee. And
I
drink
needed
caffeine.
Red Bull, like,
Yeah.
keep it going.
It's caffeine time, baby. Let's go.
I ate some Chips Ahoy. I was pretty happy with
He's
that.
the Cookie Monster.
Chewy or crunchy?
Oh, I'm
he
a
always
crunchy
gets
guy.
the crunchy.
I'm an original Chips Ahoy.
I like the chewy.
No, the crunchy's not bad. Don't get me wrong. I like the crunchies, but the chewy.
Honestly, I like the cookie dough the best of all. I am a cookie dough fiend. It's terrible. Yeah, it's awful.
My gut doesn't like cookie dough. It just turns
I
into
love
concrete
it.
mixer.
It's tasty. Don't get me wrong. You know, give me a milkshake with cookie dough, and I'm all about
But
it.
even when I
That's
make like the
stuff right
homemade cookie dough, like I'm still the one eating it out of the bowl, and everybody's looking at me like, "What?"
there. Oh
good.
no.
All right, so y'all get pumped about like what we're about to do because we're gonna go get every celebrity to sue us now.
All right, this is my pumped face. You ready?
Don't give them ideas.
No, just remember, we don't necessarily believe and acknowledge any of that. It's just something that's out there and we want to talk about.
There is a man. I'm not gonna necessarily date myself, but I'm gonna place myself with this one. There is a quote that I like to reference in moments like these.
Oh, I was about to say a quote, but yeah. You do yours.
All of the stories presented herein are utter falsehoods, and only a fool would think otherwise.
What's that from?
I'll tell you later. It's cool.
Okay.
What is it before they say, like when you're watching Cops? All things here are. Wait, they're not guilty or not guilty. That's not what I mean.
Everyone is proven guilty until otherwise. Or innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
See, I was kind of thinking that, but like in a different way, where it's like the stories are already out there. Shut up, y'all.
I think you're a Satanist, and we're gonna go on Judge Judy to prove it.
Oh man, sorry, y'all. Sorry. I need this Red Bull to kick in.
Oh, that's goofy.
That's funny.
Yeah, there's a Ralph Waldo Emerson quote that goes something like, "Speak what you think now in hard words, and tomorrow speak what tomorrow thinks in hard words again, though it contradict everything you said today. Ah, so you shall be misunderstood." And then he goes on to say, is it so bad to be misunderstood? Pythagoras was misunderstood. Luther was misunderstood. Jesus was misunderstood. Every great thinker was misunderstood. And he says, he starts it with something like the consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds, adored by statesmen and politicians the world over.
I've heard that quote. I love that particular piece of that quote. I don't think I've heard the rest surrounding it.
Because it has hobgoblins in it. How do you not love a quote that has hobgoblins worked into it?
Hobgoblins is fun to say.
Salute you, Ralph Waldo Emerson.
What a man to be saying hobgoblin.
Yeah, I'm sorry guys, our timer script broke, so usually we have a countdown for ourselves and when we get back, and we could see the countdown, but it was not showing up on stream, whatever. Do you want me to pull up some links? Or do we go straight to calls? Let's do some of this stuff first, I guess.
Yeah, take a look in.
Speaking of hobgoblins, we referenced this earlier, the Rock Fairy.
That is the Rock Fairy.
It looks cozy.
It's so cute.
Do they have neighbors with the Keebler elves?
No, they just float around in the tree. You can hear them talk and giggle.
Oh.
Super cool.
They give rocks.
Yeah, they give amazing, beautiful rocks. It's really fun. I love the Rock Fairy.
That's good.
What would you like me to pull up first here?
See, I don't know the order of any of them, so we can just start from the bottom.
Grab bag, let's go.
Very excited to pull up these links. This is a 4-minute video.
I mean, maybe we can speed it up.
What'd that quote say? Let's run that one back. For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? It's a Bible quotation. It's it. My boy Yeezus. Man, I like Kanye.
He's a nut.
He's a nut job.
Okay, I like Heartless era Kanye. I'm gonna retract on that statement.
I don't even think he's Kanye anymore. Isn't he like yay?
Yeah, well, he's like 4 different people. Got like 7 body doubles.
I wonder if God asked Mike how to moonwalk.
Oh man, here is me sitting here like I can't hear it. When's the sound coming in? I've got my headphones.
Oh, look at all of us. What a bunch of lucky buggers we are, right? To make a life out of doing something that we love, right? That's extraordinary. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of that for so many years. Thank you to my beautiful wife, who told me less is more. Say less right now. She knows the dumb crap that can come out of my mouth at times. Thank you to Satan for giving me inspiration on how to play this role.
Did he play a role as Satan? I don't know what role he's
No, he
talking
played the
about.
role as Batman.
Really convoluted and kind of bastardized.
Was that what he
whereas
was
fame used to
speaking
be the
about?
byproduct of success, and now it's the ultimate goal. And if your ultimate goal is to be famous, then you're gonna do a lot to get there. Like sign your name in blood in a contract with the devil. Like you're gonna end up on a one-way street and it's going nowhere. Like that's just the truth. I've seen so many people like forsake their moral code and their value systems just for a little bit of fame, and it's not worth it at the end of the day. It's really not.
You're still out here doing your songs, you know, you're still on tour.
I do, but I don't take it for granted.
Why do you still do it? Why are you still out here?
Well, it goes back to the destiny thing. I mean, I made a bargain with it, you know, a long time ago, and I'm holding up my hand.
What was your bargain?
To get where I am now.
Should I ask who you made the bargain with?
with the chief commander.
On this earth?
And on this earth, and then in the world we can't see.
Did he mean the devil, though?
He absolutely did. Of all the people
even looked scared.
in this, Bob Dylan, I can
I
believe.
misunderstood a lot.
Man.
Image. People have their whole
Well, he was Rex says that Christian Bale was referring to the darkness of Batman.
On my album cover.
Why is your hand over your eyes?
Because I'm a devil worshiper. What are you talking about?
A devil worshiper.
Who
What
was
are you
that?
talking about?
Rihanna.
I released a gospel record when I was 15 because I grew up in a household where all I ever did was
How out of
music,
the
and my
cultural
parents were
zeitgeist I am.
ministers, and so that was kind of like my first introduction to music. That's all I ever knew. That was my life, my faith, my church friends, and things like that. So that's how I got introduced to the music industry, is through gospel music. And then it didn't work out. Like it was quite a little blip on the radar. I think the label went bankrupt or what have you. And because I swear I wanted to be like the Amy Grant of music. Yeah. But it didn't work out, and so I sold my soul to the devil.
See, they all kind of openly seem to say it.
That's what I'm saying, man. They gotta tell you. They have to tell you.
And if you notice all their faces when they say it, they change.
They're like,
They all look down, like they know what they did.
Well, the Bob Dylan one was weird. Because he seemed really coy about it. Like
really coy.
Like, I'm not supposed to talk about the fact that I sold my soul to the devil.
Right.
Like I said, man, of all the people on there, Bob Dylan is one that I would absolutely 100% believe took that deal.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Do you want to watch this one?
Yeah. Some of them I haven't seen all the way through. It's just, it shows different things, like in their videos, things that they're putting out.
Ooh, classic. We got a Watch Mojo here.
Welcome to WatchMojo.com, and today we're counting
Lady
down
Gaga.
for the top 10 celebrities
Watch Mojo.
supposedly in the Illuminati.
Hey, they're classic. Let's be real.
Before we begin, we publish new videos every day, so be sure to subscribe for more great content.
Yeah, subscribe
This
to
list,
Dark
we're
Tile,
looking
please.
at famous people often rumored to be part of a high-powered secret society.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Number 10, Katy Perry. The original Illuminati was actually a Bavarian secret society outlawed at the end of the 18th century. But conspiracy theorists claim they continued operating in the shadows, orchestrating the French Revolution, the Battle of Waterloo, and apparently Katy Perry's musical career. So-called proof includes the fact that her video for Dark Horse has an Egyptian theme, involving pyramids and the Eye of Horus, both of which recall the All-Seeing Eye, an Illuminati favorite. Her performance at the 2014 Grammy Awards included plenty of occult symbolism, prompting InfoWars, the website of American far-right video personality Alex Jones, to call her an Illuminati priestess that conducts satanic witchcraft ceremonies in front of.
I mean, we got the orb there. Do you think she's pondering the orb?
That's my view on it.
Number 9, Justin Bieber. What do you mean? Strangely,
This is
the
the
super
owl
secret
one.
Illuminati seem to have no problem with
Okay,
celebrities showing up.
so
with
I
family
think,
members.
honestly, I think
Conspiracy theorists point out that
Bieber's
Bieber has a
just
tattoo of an
edgy
owl.
boy.
It looks like the Canaanite deity Moloch if you
It
zoom
does.
in.
That
And
does
he's
look
flashing a video
like
capable over one arm,
artistic,
which is allegedly
classical
referenced by
representations of
Eye of the
Moloch.
Horse.
It really, really
If
does.
you believe the real
Yeah,
Justin
but
Bieber
Jacqueline
died
has an
in a
owl
car crash
tattoo.
and has been
Yeah, I
accused.
think
Justin
he
has
just.
denied being a member, but isn't
I think
that
he's just
just what
edgy
an
boy.
Illuminati would say? Number 8, Miley
He just
Cyrus.
really likes owls.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's Moloch. He
There's no easy way
demands
to say this.
sacrifice.
Miley Cyrus has sold her soul.
I think
She
Miley
does not
Cyrus
have sex
just
with
lost her
Satan.
mind.
At least that's what Pastor Joe Schimmel of Good Fight Ministries claimed on the right-wing radio program True News after her 2013 VMA performance.
think she just went through some, mental health issues.
But admits that
I don't know about
Cyrus
that.
was
The best of us.
I don't know about that. I think she was doing what it took to get famous because she wasn't very big before she started doing that stuff.
No, and now
she
she's
was Hannah
completely switched
Montana.
back. She was Hannah Montana.
Yeah, but she was trying to make an adult name for herself.
Number 7, Madonna. She's into Kabbalah, an esoteric tradition originating in Judaism. And
Yeah,
has
I'm
a
not like
side
that
including
anymore.
conspiracy theorists
I
are all
almost brought
Illuminati.
Kabbalah up earlier when we were talking about Hermes Trismegismus.
In it, the superstar singer states that Jay-Z and Beyonce aren't Illuminati. As if these are classic disinformation tactics from the Queen of Pop.
It's not Jay-Z and Beyonce. It's not Nicki or Lil Wayne.
Come to think of it, Madonna's iconic cone bra was...
Madonna's gone off the deep end recently, too.
Madonna has denied being a member, but also said she knows, quote, who the real Illuminati are. She claimed to be talking about Enlightenment intellectuals, but was this really an oblique reference to the puppet masters pulling her strings? Sadly, we'll likely never know, because Illuminati. Number 6, Britney Spears.
Because Illuminati.
Britney started as a Disney child star, and Disney is allegedly Illuminati to the core. In
Now
fact,
she's
according
like
to
a
Illuminati
robot.
researchers Fritz Springmeier and Cisco Wheeler, Disney's film Fantasia was
Yeah, she's
actually
been through
used
the
as
ringer,
programming
man.
for new Illuminati agents. Britney was also apparently
Dude,
brainwashed.
Fantasia's
though for her, it was supposedly
trippy.
the
Fantasia's a
industry called-
wild.
I haven't seen it in
How
a
else can you
long
explain her
time, but I remember
transformation
watching
from
it as a
America's
kid
sweetheart to
being
sexually
like,
charged performer,
what?
besides, puberty and the music industry. Some conspiracy theorists claim that Britney's breakdown really occurred because her mind control was failing. Was shaving her head an act of rock and roll rebellion against constant public scrutiny, or a sign her Illuminati handlers were losing control?
Somebody said the key phrase, hit me
Lady
baby
Gaga.
no more time.
A lot of Illuminati conspiracy theories come from the religious right, so it's not surprising that they would target Lady Gaga. She's a supporter
People
of
saying
LGBTQ
about
rights, was once rumored
get
to be
started
transgender
on
herself,
Disney.
and calls her
Oh, we
fans
could have a
monsters.
whole show on
Because
Disney.
my show is kind of like an exorcism.
According to Vigilant Citizen,
They also own
the Illuminati has
everything,
brainwashed
so
They-
Gaga
that's
into
scary.
popularizing the
There's
idea
like
that mindless
It's not
erotic
just-
acuity
yeah.
is
that own
You
everything.
can tell
What was
she's
that?
doing their bidding
Yeah,
because
it
she's
is.
always hiding one eye.
Like,
There,
Illuminati
see,
seem to
I-
love these little
It's like
nods and
4 or
winks, but
5
we know
media
who's part
companies
of
that
their
own pretty much
clandestine
everything you
club.
see.
That confident secret society. Number 4, Kanye West. Kanye wore an Eye of Horus chain in the video for Power, again with the Egyptian theme.
Yeah, and I think
Disney
Kanye is
triangle
just-
hand gestures too.
He's just
According to
Kanye, man.
Vigilant
He's just
Citizen.com,
nutty.
His
Yeah.
interruption of Taylor Swift at the MTV Video Music Awards.
Man, I
was
like
where she
Kanye,
drove to initiate Swift
man.
into the Illuminati.
I don't know. It's fun stuff.
We're not sure if that makes it better.
His
In
recent
an essay for People magazine,
adventures are a
United
little out
Illuminati
there,
He
but
suggested that conspiracy theories
Him and
distract
Tim
us from the
Pool,
real
like
problems in
walking
the
off
world.
of Tim
His wife,
Pool.
Kim Kardashian,
Because
has
Tim
said
Pool was
that
like, you don't
quote,
just get to
"Illuminate," and
take
even
the
asked,
mic
quote,
and
"What
not
is that,
shut up.
religion?"
and then he shows up on Alex Jones like the next day wearing like
According to Illuminati
Wasn't it like a
conspiracy theorists,
Versace
like
his
zip
wife
down like
packed with
face
together.
mask
Supposedly,
thing.
Eminem sold
Yeah.
his soul
Yeah,
to
like
secret
he
society
zipped
for talent,
up,
fame,
like
and
you couldn't see his
rumors claim
face.
he's
No.
happy with his masters
On
and
Alex
trying to break
Jones.
free, or that he's actually been killed and replaced with a clone.
Well, we went over that last week.
Pointed out by
Yeah.
conspiracy
Uh-huh.
theorists, his hairline has changed.
Celebrity
What more proof do you need?
clones.
No wonder
I
recovery
mean, hair plugs exist, so I don't know about that
Eminem,
one.
if you're alive and watching this, we know
I don't
what's
know.
happening.
The biggest
Yeah,
argument I have
meets
for
all the usual
Eminem
criteria.
not being
Eyes one
Eminem
eye on the
anymore
rated R.
is the
He
fact
uses various symbols
that
in her
his
music.
last couple of
She appears
albums,
inside a triangle in the video for a
then all that,
Illuminati
man.
overload.
Well,
In her
he's
music video
sober
for
now.
S&M, headline
True.
slash calling her princess of the Illuminati, plus telling everyone
Not that that's a bad thing.
Giveaway. In an interview
Not
with
at all.
For him, it might have been.
Well, sometimes drugs fuel art, man.
Sure, she said she was kidding after.
Hunter S. Thompson.
Before we unveil our number 1 pick, here are some honorable mentions.
LeBron, man. Nah, Lil Wayne's the same, man.
Number 1, Jay-Z. Jay-Z is well known for his signature hand gesture that he claims symbolizes a diamond and his record label, Rockefeller Records. But as we know,
I get down on
diamonds
this
also
one.
serve
I'm
as
all
a
about the
symbol
fact that Jay-Z ain't
subliminally
Jay-Z
calling people
anymore.
towards black magic. Tova also seems
None
to
of his
deliberately
music
load his
is the
music videos
same.
and clothing line with occult and Masonic symbols.
Well-
Though he denies being a member in the song Heaven.
Conspiracy theorists screaming Illuminati. They can't believe it's my skill is in the human body.
How else do you explain the fact that he and Beyonce have named their daughter Blue Ivy, which conspiracy theorists point out could stand for Born Living Under Evil, Illuminati's very youngest, as well as an infinite number of other possible series of words.
That's correct. That's Christ.
Do you agree with our picks? Check out these other great clips from Watch Mojo and subscribe for new videos every day.
Yeah, subscribe to Dark Time.
Yeah, exactly.
No, there's a few others on there, and a lot of the videos I noticed have repeating people. It's a lot of the same celebrities over and over again.
It seems to be the same ones putting forth this symbolism, and it seems typically to be like the like most A-list celebrities that you find. The ones that are most household names are the ones that you see pushing this kind of stuff. The more niche you get, the less you see it, I feel. Or when you do see it, it's less glamorized.
Yeah.
What is this? Let's check this out.
Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah.
Be watching here.
The Hollywood sign. Is that 6ix9ine?
This industry is not what it seems to be. Listen, this is a rapper, you got 200 followers. I bet you there's rappers in here right now that can rap way better than you. You can rap way better than me. You will never be where I'm at.
Is that he in
This
prison
industry is rigged. It's rigged.
Everything else is crap. I promise you.
I believe that I had to become a famous, idea.
Yeah.
And get all the stuff that people dream about, and accomplish a bunch of things that that look like success.
Is that like the Met Gala or something? That's Billie Eilish.
Everything around us that we call life was made up by people that are no smarter than you.
And it looks great. I mean, it looks great when you got a cool car and you got good, nice clothes, and and you've done something that people admire, but it can never fulfill you. You can never be happy.
Let's say if the devil comes to you, right? And so I'll give you $100 million, but I want you to turn your back on God. Would you turn your back on God, or will you take that $100 million?
In Hollywood and in the industry and the stuff we do, there's a lot of like insider secrets to keeping your career going.
Tell you facts.
That's where we started.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of that one, to be honest.
Yeah.
with you
I
guys.
think it was just more of like a random clip.
I mean, it's trying to.
Well, so the 6ix9ine comment is actually, there's a little bit of intrigue in what he said. He made a comment something along the lines of, there could be sitting in this chat right now like hundreds of rappers that are better than me that would just absolutely blow me out of the water, but you'll never get to where I am because the entire thing is rigged.
I mean, that's not wrong.
Not wrong, but what kind of rigging is he talking about?
Yeah, that's the implication. I've got this one. Sold my soul to the devil. Find out which stars that have been accused of
Hold on,
practicing
that needs
black
an appropriate.
magic. Wait, what?
Which stars?
Oh, I get it. That's stupid. I didn't even.
That's
yeah.
fine. I like puns, man. Puns are the highest form of comedy.
I don't know about that, but there's sure. Okay.
So Beyonce, who's next? Who's that?
That's Grimes, which,
Doesn't she have a baby with like Elon Musk?
She has a baby with Elon Musk, yeah.
Yeah.
It's got some weird name like Alpha or
Yeah, it has numbers in its name. There's actually, her last album, I want to say it was, has some interesting conspiracy stuff going on into it. If you want to look it up, the cover for it is, it came out before the entire nonsense with the pandemic, and it makes allusions to the pandemic. It makes allusions to like UFOs and like hearings and a lot of really weird stuff. There's actually some credence to Grimes having some weird insider knowledge, insider connections to a lot of stuff like that.
But she strikes me as just weird to begin with. I mean,
I don't know much about her. I feel like you've played me her music before.
Yeah, what's the one music video we've played?
Maim versus Kill.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, and it is. It's a fun video, but
what's the one?
Can
the
you,
song that
can
you're
you
talking
read it?
about?
It's kind of small print for me.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it say anything of import there?
We have Grimes often features dark occult themes in her music videos and likes to post pictures of her mystic books. The ex-partner of Elon Musk carried out extreme practices while recording, which involved barricading herself for 3 weeks in a room without food and company. She said once you hit day 9, you start accessing some really crazy shit. You have no stimulation, so your subconscious starts filling in the blanks. I started to feel like I was channeling spirits. I was convinced my music was a gift from God. It was like I knew exactly what to do next.
No, she was probably hallucinating and slowly dying because she needed to eat and drink.
Well, she's talking about sensory deprivation,
Uh-huh.
which is a real thing. We could totally get into that. Jonathan Lilly and sensory deprivation tanks and sex with dolphins.
I don't think I could do a sensory tank. I think I'd freak out.
All these things are connected. Echo the Dolphin, the video game. There's some. We were talking about like, symbology inside of films. There's some symbology inside of video games, and it goes like I'm referencing the Sega Genesis game, Echo the Dolphin, and there's a bunch of references to Jonathan Lilly and his work in there.
Yeah.
You know who I'm talking about?
You've mentioned the name before, but
Yeah,
do
you
elaborate
like,
again.
the Interstellar, this guy actually, number one, he did a dolphin study where I think they took LSD with dolphins, and it's crazy. It deserves its whole own segment because I will totally take us off the rails with it.
No doubt.
Like the man actually made an argument for the recreational use of PCP.
Anyone that makes that argument, frankly, I can get behind.
Yeah, it's wild.
That reminds me of quick tangent. Whitest Kids You Know had a sketch called Liquid PCP. That was one of my favorites
I love
they
their
did. It's
sketches.
funny. They're good. I sent a link to you real quick if you want to check it out. It is the image I was talking about, the Grimes album cover. There's some funky stuff.
I did not get it.
It's that one.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
This is the album cover?
Yeah, it's like a post of the album cover. I couldn't find the actual one, or it may not have been
What
an
does it
album cover.
symbolize?
It might be a, it might have been a single that released. What's that? I'm sorry.
What is it symbolizing?
There are, it's like a bunch of emojis carved into a tablet, but there's some really, really interesting ones. There is one line in the middle where it shows like a bunch of like what look like viruses, and then a bunch of needles, and then an equal symbol and a UFO.
What?
And then right under that, it shows like a bunch of war symbols and stuff. And to me, chronologically, that follows as pandemic, war, like the Ukraine.
Needle,
See, a
needle,
microphone,
UFO,
headphone,
virus.
a gaming system. What looks like a germ? What is that?
It's like a virus or a germ. Yeah.
And
Needle.
This came out, I want to say, before the pandemic.
Do you see how it has like the stages of needles?
Yeah, they're like different.
And
They're,
it's
like,
kind of
going
funny
down.
that, you have to get Never mind, I'm not even going there.
Making a point. And there's if you look right below it, the knife, like bow and arrow, hammer, sword, shield, knife, DNA helix.
It's wild.
Interesting. I wish I could see what the bottom ones were.
So
Is it a snake on the very
It's like
bottom?
dragons.
They look like serpents. But they are.
What
like
was the
dragons.
video of hers that you were saying? Like, what symbols is she showing in that?
And which one?
I can't play it.
Yeah, no, there's no way we
get-
can play that. But I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember about the video.
She's an interesting one.
It seems like she has some insight. I mean, she was with Elon Musk, so
Yeah.
she has to have some sort of knowledge. You would think if Musk does.
I feel like I want to look at a closer look of those
September
images.
4th, 2019 is when that was posted.
Okay, hit us with this one.
So a year before.
Bjork, huh? Bjork is interesting.
You want to read it?
this?
Yeah.
Or at least a
So,
little of it.
the Icelandic singer was raised by a witch. Bjork has revealed how her activist mother, Hildur Runa Haukstad, was obsessed with the occult and Nordic mythology, and she had her astrological chart read, which predicted to fame and fortune, speaking to the quietus in 2011. She said, I think she took me to all the occult creatures of Iceland from the age of 0 until I was 18, when I became a rebel anti-hippie. I got my fortune told and everything. I think I probably believe most of it, actually. I've got Pluto in a very important place, and that's what I'm about. I have to... it cuts off there. Yeah. That one read like word salad. Am I wrong?
Kinda. It said, I think she took me to all the occult creatures of Iceland. That's an interesting turn of phrase. What is she talking about? Because we were talking about like fairies earlier, and there's a lot of Icelandic fairy tradition. Is that what she's talking about?
It might be possible. I mean, they have a lot of mythology. There's a lot of little kind of stories and creatures that crop up in different regions up in those areas.
Yeah, it's rich in mythology for sure.
Lana Del Rey.
I actually like Lana Del Rey.
Yeah. I don't know. She makes good music. It's not for me.
The young and beautiful singer once admitted to joining forces with a group of witches to put a hex on former U.S. President Donald Trump. She said, yeah, I did it. Why not? I'm in line with Yoko Ono and John Lennon and the belief that there's power to the vibrations of a thought. Your thoughts are very powerful things, and they become words, and words become actions, and actions lead to physical changes. Okay, Yoda. I really do believe that words are one of the last forms of magic, and I'm a bit of a mystic at heart, and I've seen how I feel about changing those people's lives, and I've been...
I think words have stifled magic. I think the more we granularize language, the further away from magic we get.
Yeah, we could go into your whole language thing there. That's a rabbit hole for us. David Bowie.
Yes, David Bowie is no, there's no way he's not, right?
David Bowie is a demon.
His eyes are freaking me out right now. What's going on?
He had like brain trauma or something.
Really?
Sorry.
I think so, and one of his eyes is like permanently
I don't know that much
dilated.
Personally.
So we've got the Life on Mars singer had a fascination with UFOs and was obsessed with occult magic. As one of the most influential rock stars of the 70s and beyond, David practiced magic and used it to protect himself from demonic forces. According to ex-wife Angie Bowie, who penned the memoir Backstage Passes, Life on the Wild Side, he was afraid witches were after him. His fear was so great that he even hired a witch to protect him from malevolent forces and exorcise him. And it cuts that sentence midway, so I'm not going to...
Yeah, just ignore it. That's something... Yeah, he's into the occult, basically.
And I mean, honestly, he is one of the most open about it, at least I feel like, in terms of like you watch his music videos and you can tell there's occult symbology in it. There was the very last music video he put out before he died had some really interesting stuff relating to like some old mystical texts or something. There was a pen of like a book floating through space or something of that nature. It was a long time ago and I don't quite fully remember it, but I know he's got connections to the occult.
Honestly, it reminds me of like Dan Aykroyd. Like Dan Aykroyd is obsessed with the kind of things that we cover on this show. I'd love to talk to Dan Aykroyd.
I don't know much about him, to tell you the truth.
Well, he's got Crystal Skull vodka, and the whole Crystal Skull thing, he buys into that imagery. I believe it, the crystal skulls that they find all over the planet. It's an archaeological thing, and I think I mentioned on a previous show about him having ghost stories of a ghost crawling into bed with him.
Okay.
He also has seen UFOs on a couple of occasions, I believe, and has talked about that openly.
Haven't the crystal skulls, as a quick tangent down this path, haven't they been mostly like debunked as like modern like hoaxes? From what I understand.
Yeah, I think some of them have, or at least. But again, where's the truth?
No, exactly. I'm just thinking, like, because I remember, like, they came to prominence after the Indiana Jones movie, and I'm sure there is like that wouldn't be there if there wasn't some basis for it. But I think a lot of what we see with them are.
The Indiana Jones movie was like the fourth one, and it was made like way after the others.
Yeah, very, very far
and
after.
Those crystal skull things, inspired that movie more than that movie inspired the skulls, I think.
No, I'm just saying, like, I think we saw a rise in, like, zeitgeist prominence of crystal skulls after that movie.
I don't know enough to speak on it directly, because it's just a tangent, but, yeah. Again, David Bowie, Dan Aykroyd is kind of a similar thing. Man, Indiana Jones has come up a ton tonight. James in chat was talking about it. Rec was talking about it. We've brought it up. Like,
John Lennon.
John Lennon, man.
Yeah, of course.
I don't know how I feel about this man.
Well, they also say he was replaced by a double.
And
yeah, he was
McCartney,
replaced
too.
by a corpse. Sorry, dark humor. It's Dark Dial. What do you want? John Lennon, the Beatles legend, believed in peace and love, but it has been alleged that the anti-war activist sold his soul to the devil. After Lennon was murdered in 1980, writer Joseph Nizgoda, who wrote the book The Lennon Prophecy, A New Examination of the Death Clues of the Beatles, claimed his death at the hand of Mark David Chapman was due to the expiration of his 20-year pact with Satan. Nizgoda wrote in a chance remark to a British musician he greatly admired, Tony Sheridan, John said, as the Beatles' success grew, I sold my soul to the devil.
It wouldn't surprise me. Lennon's got some weird stuff around him. Him and Yoko Ono. Yoko Ono more, but they both have some very, very strange stuff.
In some of these cases, I feel like we're talking about these personalities who are artists, and they're very eccentric people to begin with. So, yeah, of course, there's some weird beliefs or practices that might go along with that. I think it kind of comes with the territory.
We've got real quick Rec in the chat. We've got him saying Bowie played a king in A Magical Kingdom and Tesla. And he mentioned, except the original Mitchell Hodges, they were known way before Indiana Jones, I believe, in reference to the Crystal Skulls.
Yeah.
And I can understand why they got you into making films, my man. They are phenomenal movies. Absolutely great movies.
I love having him in chat too, because he brings up a lot of cool film perspective stuff, and that comes up all the time.
Absolutely. Well, there's a lot of interesting perspectives in the world of film to bring into this, too, especially. Jimmy Page, man. Jimmy Page, the entirety of Led Zeppelin is the occult personified. I tell you what, they are a hell of a band. We mentioned them earlier talking about the backmasking. So we've got the Led Zeppelin guitarist was obsessed with the occult and collected books by English occultist and ceremonial magician Aleister Crowley.
Here's Crowley again. Satanist, too.
Satanist. Real quick, do you mind pulling up the back mask on Stairway to Heaven, the sad Satan? For anyone that doesn't have a reference, we were talking earlier about Satanism, and we had a viewer, Marty, make a comment in chat saying back in his day, you had to play your records backwards to be a real Satanist. He's referencing instances like this and other artists that would seemingly hide messages in reverse in their songs. So if you put the record on and played it in reverse, messages typically about devil worship would be what rang through your speakers instead of the song itself.
I'm afraid if this plays it forward at any point,
it's gonna
the video,
kill us.
We're gonna get copyright claimed.
I can understand that.
So I'm kind of afraid to play the video just because I didn't have that queued up already. So, because I'm sure we could play it backwards, but
we
play too much of it forwards, and we're probably
done.
gonna get copyright claimed. So
Barrett said that it was actually Paul was the one that was supposedly replaced. My bad. I definitely got that switched.
See, really, it's all a trick. They replaced Ringo. That's why no one noticed.
Well, it's because we've been talking about that for like the last 2 weeks, which celebrities have been replaced.
We got the White Witch
I
herself.
feel like they all have now. Hey, Stevie Nicks.
Now this one, I can believe this. I mean,
sold her cocaine. And her deviated septum.
Oh man, I tell you what.
I heard her last concert was her just kind of like going around the stage, like. Just,
I think she's lost a lot of her voice, unfortunately. But I mean, I like Stevie Nicks. Stevie Nicks, the Fleetwood Mac singer, has been long rumored to be involved in witchcraft with gossip beginning back in the 70s. She appeared as the White Witch in season 3 of American Horror Story in an episode called The Magical Delights of Stevie Nicks.
watched that one.
She's in more than just that episode. in
Yeah,
that
I was going to
season.
say there was a few she was in.
Speaking about her belief in magic, she said, "I totally believe in magic because my life, I think, has been very magic, and magical things have come true for me time after time after time." Stevie Nicks. I mean, I don't... She goes by the White Witch, so what do you want?
Did you see the comment from Reg? He was saying that some people believe they didn't all do backmasking on purpose, but rather it was a supernatural imprint on the songs in some of the cases.
Yeah, what is that belief that if you play what you're saying forwards or backwards,
You hear what you really mean.
you can hear your subconscious come out? I think that's all bull, but that's a thing.
I watched a video one time, a long time ago, on that, and it was very interesting. The people were, and I don't know how much of this was the effect of them just putting subtitles on the screen, but people really were saying words backwards
Should
when
we
they were
like
talking.
watch our own recordings?
I feel like that's like
backwards and see what we
EVP.
Oh
say?
god, that's horrifying. I don't need anyone reading my thoughts.
This is like our, let's see, we gotta be getting close to hour 20 of live stream for people to try to play backwards. Yeah, the Y-Files covered it. Y-Files did it. You know that like Family Guy joke, like Simpsons did it. Simpsons did it. It's like everything we do is gonna be the Y-Files did it.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I don't
love
remember
me some
what it's
Y-Files
called.
though.
No, they're good, man.
You want to read this one?
Yeah. We have Beyonce. Beyonce's former drummer, Kimberly Thompson, once filed a restraining order against the Halo singer after accusing her of practicing extreme witchcraft and dark magic. He also accused the singer of casting magic spells of molestation.
What is a magic spell of molestation?
I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
Magic spells of molestation. Chance, stop casting magic spells of molestation on me.
I'm sorry, I can't help it.
It's also kind of a mouthful. I don't know if it's just because I get speech jam with the headphones on, but
I hope that's in the
magic
restraining
spells
order.
of molestation.
It's public record. We should look it up.
Uh,
Are they public record? I believe so.
They are. I think you have to like contact like the municipality. I don't think it's like gonna be like online public record, but they absolutely are.
I don't know. With Beyonce, it might be online somewhere.
Valid.
Weird. Bingo.
Azalea Banks.
Who's this?
She is a rapper.
A rapper?
Never heard of this
Rapper.
One of them her property
That's true.
property rappers.
So we've got the 212 rapper shocked her fans when she posted disturbing videos online that revealed she practiced animal sacrifice rituals after scraping off feathers and blood. Azalea openly admitted to practicing brujeria, which is a Spanish word for witchcraft.
I don't know much about her.
I don't know who she
I don't
is.
know much either myself.
But sacrificing animals is freaky.
That is freaky deaky, man.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I mean, like, the animals are innocent. Sacrifice humans. You've seen Dexter.
How do we?
Spoiler alert, he kills people.
Oh my god, what?
Murderers, specifically. And number 11, Sammy Davis Jr. His nickname was Mr. Show Business, and he was billed as the greatest living entertainer in the world, but the only black Puerto Rican one-eyed Jewish entertainer in the world. That's a lot.
That is a lot.
Was a member of the Church of Satan, so he was a Satanist. You could throw that on top of it. His 1980 memoir titled "Hollywood in a Suitcase," he wrote, "It was a short-lived interest, but I still have many friends with the Church of Satan. I say this to only show that, however bizarre the subject, I don't pass judgment until I have found out everything I can about it. People who can put an interesting case will often find that I'm a willing convert." People can put up an interesting case will often find that I'm a willing convert. Okay. Sammy Davis Jr.
You couldn't convince him to do anything?
Kind of out of time with the rest of this list.
Yeah, very out of time with the rest of this list. Very out of color, too. Black and white picture.
I'm glad that's what you meant.
That is what I meant. I thought about it and I had to rectify. I had to explain what I meant.
He's not out of color for the rest of the... Yeah, black and white. The, there's some older ones on here. We've looked at Bob Dylan, Bowie, but, this is the oldest. Well, that was educational. Thank you, Yahoo.
Yahoo, still, every time I hear Yahoo, the line, "Am I pregnant?" flashes through my head.
What?
Have you never seen the "Am I pregnant?" Yahoo answers?
Oh
my god, it's the goofiest thing. It's just people misspelling "Am I pregnant?" They're like, "Am pregnant? Am pregnant?" So good.
I think there was some other links in there with some other ones. I'm not sure.
No, I think that's about all we had on it.
Now we need people to call in and tell us their thoughts.
We do. We've got
Let me double check, just make sure, and then I can open the line.
Right on.
See what we... Yeah. Yeah. It's Rex said Yahoo was the top of the pile. Good stuff there on Yahoo.
I tell you what, man. Yahoo Answers were how you got your entertainment back in the day. You turn on your phone internet, and then you'd load on up in.
So we're going to go ahead and open up the line to callers. If you want to give us a call, it's 857-32-D-DIAL. That's 857-323-3425. Give us a ring. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about, basically. Yahoo, were they an ISP?
No.
I don't think they were an ISP.
No, I mean like Yahoo. I'm getting back on Yahoo. You'd have to dial up to
AOL or Juno or Netscape or...
Oh man, I had AOL for a long time.
It was such a ripoff. Like, honestly, like, if you knew what you were doing, you were paying way more for AOL. And it was just their interface. Like,
yeah,
they just had a nice little web portal with the browser built in compared to the rest of them. Like, Juno was just like, hey, go into your Windows settings and, create a dial-up connection with this phone number.
I don't know, dial-up was, like, edging itself out when I was getting to the age that the internet was something I was using more often. And I was particularly, I was like in an area that edged out dial-up really, really late in terms of like moving onto DSL, because I didn't even get cable for a while until after. It was a few years after cable had become mainstream. The area I was in was really kind of rural.
I got DSL like the summer before my freshman year.
Yeah.
And prior to that, we had dial-up.
I think we had dial-up all the way through high school, but we didn't have cable or anything like that either. We still had like antenna stuff.
You're like lucky to have power.
Something like that. It was we just didn't have a lot of that stuff.
386 running Windows 3.1. I'm gonna try to switch to the wide shot here, Rex, just so for your benefit and your benefit only. I got some 386 computers up there on the shelf. I like messing around with stuff like that. But yeah, I remember going on my grandparents' computer, because my parents didn't really have much, and they had some 3.1 machines with early AOL dial-up. Can't really see them much up there, but they're up there, somewhere above that SNES Super Scope. Yeah, please give us a call. I know we missed that call earlier. Maybe the Peter? You guys said you heard it. I didn't hear it.
Yeah,
But
it distinctively sounded like a Peter.
Yeah, I'm listening to us in our headphones, so I get everything like that drowned out.
No doubt.
Give us a ring. Usually we're ending the show about now, but I definitely wanted to open up the lines for a little while, and we got a little energy. We got some caffeine in us. We got a break late.
Go hit up that list I sent you and pick a thing off of that we can throw down on.
Yeah, what was that?
It's on a separate chat from that one. Yeah, it's like its own.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just pick
Here's a
something that
list of
sounds
60
fun.
conspiracy theories without descriptions. Afraid to say a few of these. We already did moon landing. JFK assassination conspiracy. Where you guys
Babushka
stand?
lady. Who was Babushka lady?
She was a babushka lady. What do you mean?
Why was she there? Why'd she take a picture, and why has no one been able to find her?
Why was Umbrella Man there?
Why was Umbrella Man there?
Because it was a political protest. They were protesting Kennedy's father and some of his policies. I think it was Kennedy's father.
Do you think
but the
Bush
umbrella thing was it seems weird. Dallas, sunny day, guy standing there with an umbrella.
Lady standing there in a babushka. That's a pretty heavy piece of cloth. So same page there, man. It's a very out of place wear.
Do you know what Oswald said he was doing when Kennedy was shot? Because the cops run up the Texas Book Depository and they find Oswald in the cafeteria. And they ask him what he was doing. Because number one, the president's there in Dallas. Everybody's going out to see him, whether you like the guy or not.
Yeah.
The Texas Book Depository, all the work there basically shuts down, and all the employees go out to see the president because the motorcade's coming right in front of it, right?
For sure.
Oswald's nowhere to be seen. Cops show up. They find Oswald and they question him briefly before he takes off and ends up shooting a cop. But you know what he says he was doing?
What?
Drinking a Dr. Pepper.
Man likes his Dr. Pepper.
That was his alibi, a can of Dr. Pepper.
Wow, that's a man that don't even care. He didn't even try.
Yeah. He takes off then and ends up shooting Officer Tippett before ducking into a movie theater. What's most compelling about this, if you see the geography in Dallas, is how close Jack Ruby's apartment is just down the street from where they end up picking up Oswald.
Interesting.
Now, everything there's kind of close, but it's kind of compelling that you can almost see Jack Ruby's apartment from where they pick up... I think it was where they pick up Oswald.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yeah, I could go into some Kennedy stuff. I've said it before. We've got a full edition set of the original Warren Commission report, which is like 25 volumes.
So many pages.
A congressional report. So
all the pages.
I think that the JFK assassination, the whole magic bullet theory is explained by the fact that the seats in the car were offset. At like the governor and his wife, I believe, were beneath where Kennedy was, because it wasn't your average car. It was a car for this kind of a thing.
Yeah.
The other thing is that I think the Warren Commission kind of misses is that when they go back and do all the studies for the Warren Commission, the tree outside the Texas Book Depository, which I believe is still there now, when they go back, it's in full foliage. Like it has big leaves on it when they're studying it. But when in November, it wouldn't have had that much foliage, which would have given Oswald precious extra moments to get those shots off. He would have been able to see Kennedy through the tree. And it's a miscalculation I don't hear brought up very often.
Would the likelihood of a bullet going through every branch on that tree, if he did manage to shoot through the tree, and not striking or grazing something, is low, and I feel like that would be something they would have checked for. Is that something?
But you would have been able to keep a beat on the president, whether you made the shot through the branches or not. Number one, a tree's mostly empty space, and number two, you wouldn't have necessarily had to make that shot through the tree, but you would be able to keep a bead on Kennedy as the motorcade passes more quickly. And Oswald was a pretty good marksman from all intents and purposes. He ordered the gun from, I think it was Sears catalog. It was a Mannlicher Carcano that he sent to a P.O. box under a Mannlicher Carcano. Yeah, under the fake name A.J. Heidel, and had it sent to a post office box. I think it was Sears Roebuck that he ordered it from in Chicago, and it was shipped down to him. Where the P.O. boxes today are is like in an apartment complex. It's not the post office anymore like it used to be. But if you get somebody to hold the door open for you, you can go see him. And on the on his P.O. box, somebody put a Brother P Touch like label maker thing on it that says AJH. Is it AJ Heidel?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's interesting.
I could go off on some Kennedy stuff.
I know about it, but I don't know. I'm not that deep into the Kennedy.
My personal belief is Oswald was the lone shooter. Now, whether he was a patsy or set up or influenced to do that, I think that's very open for interpretation. I think there's a lot of room there for the influence of Oswald, because the FBI had their eyes on Oswald for a long time. Because he had defected to Russia for a while. He had come back, and then he was in Cuba, involved in this Free Cuba movement.
I remember the Cuban thing. I remember that.
Yeah, he was handing out pamphlets, basically. He was sympathetic to the Castro regime, and, he had renounced his citizenship and defected to Russia I think it was prior to the Cuba thing, and the Russians really didn't like him that much. He wasn't the hero he wanted to be in his own mind.
Yeah.
People don't know, but he took a shot at... There was another politician that he took Walker, I think it was? State senator or something like that.
Interesting.
And months before he shot at Kennedy, he went to Walker's house and took a shot at him through an open window and missed.
Oh.
I believe the famous picture of him holding the newspaper is taken just before he does that.
That's wacky.
Yeah, so this was a guy who had a political agenda, so he didn't need a reason to try to shoot Kennedy. I think in his mind he was going to be a hero, but I'm not sure that he wasn't influenced by maybe the FBI or some other agency. I think that's very reasonable.
It's like that show Shooter. Have you ever seen it?
I'm not.
I cannot remember. Brian Felipe, I believe. He was in it. They said he's like in the military. They ask him for his help on something. They set him up and I want to say like supposedly kills the president, but he didn't do it. It's a good show.
Interesting. Manchurian Candidate-esque.
Okay,
What else do you got?
Let's do the thing real quick. Let's do the thing. It's been a minute. Want to do the thing?
The thing.
3, 2, 1.
Like, subscribe, and get notifications. We're just starting out, so we really appreciate whatever you can do to help us out.
Yeah, it's hard to beat these algorithms. We're trying really hard. Trying to have our game together as we go into this thing, so.
Barrett, thanks for joining us.
Let's see.
I just popped my back in a place that I didn't think my back had.
CIA Mind Control, MK Ultra.
MK Ultra, Project Monarch, whatever other name it runs under nowadays or before. It happened. I mean, the documents, there's literally proof that it happened. And the fact that people seem to write that off as it could never happen again, like it happened once.
Well, it's like what our last caller said about the term conspiracy theory being a conspiracy theory in and of itself. Like it was created by, was it the FBI or CIA or whatever 3-letter government agency decided that they were going to use it to discredit people.
Real quick,
That's literally a conspiracy theory.
We've got Barrett in chat saying he is heading out.
Yeah, Jacqueline already said
Yeah.
that.
Okay, gotcha. I'm sorry.
Have a good night. Thanks for joining us.
Please do call in 857-32-D-dial. Our line is open. We're not talking to anybody. We'd love to talk to you. Black helicopters.
Black helicopter?
Yeah, like essentially this is talking about like unmarked helicopters flying over sites like people saw them in after Katrina and stuff, like events like of that nature. They end up just unmarked black helicopters flying over the areas left and right. People report them.
Well, we most certainly know the tech exists. The raid of Osama bin Laden, they ended up releasing information about those black helicopters that were pretty invisible to radar and very quiet. They had something about noise canceling. And that wasn't really meant to be released, but when they released the information about the bin Laden raid, they had to disclose some of that. Like it was like necessary to tell the story, I guess, or it was something like that.
Huh. I don't know if I've heard much on that, to tell you the truth.
Turn up the jams. We're not talking to anybody. We want to be, though, so please call us. 857-32-D-dial. Yeah, Reptilian Elite. We already hit that. I don't believe in the Reptilian Elite. I do like the reptile creatures as a cryptid thing, though.
Yeah, they're what live in Hollow Earth. The reptiles own Agartha.
What is this? I don't know what this is referring to. The Black Knight
Black
satellite?
Knight satellite is referring to a piece of what seems to be space debris in orbit on the Earth that there is photographic evidence of, and no one knows where it came from. And it looks almost like it was made by an intelligence.
What?
Yeah, it's a funky one.
Oh, this is cool.
I need to see.
Yeah.
No one knows what it is.
It's funky. Why didn't I know about this? Spent too much time studying early hominid ancestors.
For over 13,000 years.
I don't believe it's ancient, Rex. I mean, mirrors
people
already.
Were seeing thousands of years ago and carving into things.
It's a good possibility.
I don't know how they would. That's weird. Y-Files did it. I don't think I've seen that one.
That's weird. I thought we had seen all of them. There was a day where, like, I just sat there and watched, like, a ton.
I've done it too.
They just suck you in. I love it.
I don't know much about this. I'm gonna have to learn more about it.
It's interesting. I don't know if there is necessarily a whole lot about it, to tell you the truth. It really is just like a picture or two.
Thing, like here it is.
Yeah.
Make of it what you will. I don't know, there was enough content there for Y-Files to do something about it. So. Weird.
So I don't know if this is actually a photo or not. This almost looks like a composite.
It looks CG. I'm just gonna put it in the corner for funsies.
Yeah.
There was. Oh, do you remember when Mir came down? I don't know. I was really young, but the Russian space station Mir, when it crashed to Earth, because they decommissioned it, they didn't really know where it was gonna land. And I remember Taco Bell, as a promotion, put out a giant floaty into the Pacific Ocean. I think it was the Pacific. And if it landed on it, everybody in the world got free tacos.
No.
Yeah.
No. Oh my god.
I only remember, like, a crash when we were in, like, 7th grade.
Well, it was meant to crash. It wasn't like...
Oh, the one I'm thinking of was not meant to crash.
No. Yeah, I know what you're thinking of. No, this was... They were decommissioning this Russian space station. It had some funky stuff about it, too, like the way they designed the chair. Like, they put chairs on it that you couldn't really sit in because of zero gravity or something like that. There's a classic story about the Russian space agency versus the American space agency, and NASA put like a ton of money into engineering pressurized pens so that the ink stays and you can write in space. You know what the Russians did?
Pencil.
Yeah, they used a pencil. Yeah.
Like, that's good.
Are you talking about the upside down writing pencil? Or a pen? I used to
Space
have one of
Pencil.
those. My brother got me one of those.
I missed our call scrolls there for a minute. I forgot it wasn't on.
Yeah, the space pens are interesting.
I think we have one here somewhere too.
So expensive.
They're pretty cool though. I mean, I don't often write upside down, but if I needed to, at least I know that I could.
Yeah.
Could also use a pencil.
I could.
Plus, they have the added benefit of having an eraser.
But hear me out. Hear me out.
What if you're signing legal documents in space?
You
and
can't-
You need a black pen.
You can't clean up graphite shavings in space, though. Once they start floating through the zero gravity, they're there.
That's a good point in terms of the eraser. You got air filters though, right? So.
Huh?
It'll just work its way into the air filter. The space station has to smell gross.
So bad.
It's got to be pretty bad.
It's all recycled air.
It's not even that. It's like everything. Yeah. I mean, like everything that's ever been in there is probably Still sticking around. It's got to have a funk.
Oh yeah. An indescribable one. And I'm sure it's talked about in circles of astronauts. They all know about it. They're like, man, the smell on the space station, bro. And the other one's like, I know. How it goes.
Paul McCartney's death.
What about it?
I don't know. It just says Paul McCartney's
Oh,
death.
well, I think it's talking about Paul McCartney being replaced right there.
I was gonna say dead.
I mean, the original Paul McCartney's dead.
Oh yeah, there's stuff about that. Like I think on Sgt. Pepper Lonely Hearts, there's like some lines about
that are secretly.
Yeah, like it's like a track starts and it's like Paul is dead or something like that.
Back mask. Too.
Yeah, backwards. Okay.
It all comes full circle. Oh my god, full circle even is like.
What was it?
Layers.
We were doing the other show, and I think we were talking to maybe it was Rec and Chat about numerology and how like what number was it?
Number 9.
No. It wasn't number 9. And then earlier in the show, we said something about 3. Like we were talking about a number.
Tesla was it the 3, 6, and 9? If you only knew the power of.
Yeah, it was. That was the conversation we were having, and then we went back and watched the live stream from the beginning. And within like the first couple of minutes, we started talking about something about 3, and they were like, "Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, that seems like a good number." And 33, he said. Yeah. We when we were talking to you about that, we didn't realize that we had referenced it within the first couple of minutes of that stream, and didn't even know it.
Yep.
Like we fell into the trap. Wholesale.
Face first.
Yep.
No, that's funny, man. Synchronicities are something to talk about too. There was an interesting pseudo experiment that was run on synchronicities called Vox. And it basically it was like an open source collection of people's experiences with synchronicities. And what people seem to find is that as you noticed, like purposefully kept an eye out and noticed more synchronicities, not only did that rate of noticing them increase, like the rate they happened to you increase, but also the rate that they were pertaining to something sinister in nature also came up. It would go from people reading the word blue in a book at the same time their TV said blue, to people reading the word murder in a book at the same time their radio was talking about like missing people in their town or something. You know what I mean?
We seem to have it a lot all the time, just between the 3 of us.
Mm-hmm.
We're always saying that.
Like every damn day at this point.
Yeah.
Call us. Yeah, we need a call. Energy. I mean, honestly, we could end it, but we'll give it like 10 minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll give it like 10 minutes. Get some caffeine, right? Caffeine still pumping 3 veins.
Woo!
I had some Red Bull. I'm drinking really, really cold water, and that helps.
Look at this view. We'll get all relaxed. Look at Marley over there. He's all like posed.
Oh gosh. Oh, your buddy.
Looks like his shadow.
He is his own shadow.
Hollow Earth.
Hollow Earth. No, I'm a big proponent of, if we don't live in a giant ice circle with other similar ice circles surrounding us, I am absolutely of the mind that Hollow Earth is a thing, and that the Antarctica is the entrance to Hollow Earth. There's a way into Hollow Earth at the poles, and that's why no one's allowed to go there, because they know.
You know what? The other day you were like, it's hollow and it's flat. I've liked Hollow Earth theory even when I was young. I think it's fun. I don't know how much I actually buy into it, but I really like it as a intellectual exercise.
I've never gone far enough underground to see anything but the ground I stand on. I don't know if there's actually lava under the earth, or if volcanoes aren't just like a fluke. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, we don't know a lot under the earth. Like there was a discovery not long ago about how there's a lot of open chasms. They're water filled, but
Like
underneath
resonates
the
weird.
earth. Yeah. So there are hollow pockets under there. I mean, look at stuff like Mammoth Cave. Mammoth Cave is massive. What is that, like in Kentucky?
Kentucky, and
They're
you've
still
got Ruby
mapping
Falls
that
in
out.
Kentucky as well.
Yeah, there are openings to the earth that are massive, and who knows? You know, it's like how deep as a human can you really go into them?
There's no water, so you're not fighting pressure. You're fighting heat and lack of oxygen, right?
I adore the idea that there are dinosaurs walking around somewhere in a jungle underneath the Earth's surface.
There gotta be.
I don't know. I don't know if it's true. Hollow Moon.
It rang like a bell.
Yeah, Hollow Moon theory is more compelling to me. Moon's weird. The moon is weird.
Did y'all see the moon last night? It was a super moon. It was huge.
Now, I've said this for a long time. The weirdest thing I find about the moon is the same face is always facing the Earth, and that's not usually the case with planets' moons.
It's a strange celestial object. It really is. Like the orbit that it has, it's rotating at the same rate of its orbit. It's like the exact same rate,
Right.
and
It's
it
synced.
wobbles a little bit on its axis, but it never tilts like fully.
Weird.
The fact that it from our perspective, it does not revolve blows my mind. That it doesn't make sense in my head. And apparently it's very unique. I don't know that we've seen another moon that does that.
We haven't. It's like locked in some kind of perfect relationship.
Yeah, I want to call it geostationary orbit, but it's obviously not geostationary.
I get where you're going, though.
Yeah, it has a very unique relationship with the planet. And I wonder how much of that has to do with life on Earth. And not just... Oh, hey, cool, we got a caller.
Oh, we got
Good, we
getting that
needed
call.
one. Find them here. Covered.
Call from
Randy.
Randy.
to accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Go for it.
Thank you for calling in, Randy. Welcome to Dark Dial. How you doing tonight?
All right, how about you guys?
We're doing good.
We're good. How are you? Well, I guess we just said that.
No, actually, this is actually Rec.
Oh, hey, man.
Okay, right on.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Yeah,
you
I go by
calling
it.
in, my man.
Yeah, it's my initial, so REK is my initials. That's what I use for my film, Rec Films Montana, and my Rec Thoughts channel, so that's where that comes from.
Right on, brother.
Well, it's
right
nice to
on.
put a voice to the name.
Absolutely. So what had you calling in tonight, my man?
I was just thinking about, and I don't have a lot, so I don't want to get too deep, but I was thinking about the conversation earlier about the symbology and imagery in films and like the reasons why they're there. And it's interesting because I went down this rabbit hole a long time ago because I've been into filmmaking, nothing real big or professional, mostly my own hobbyist kind of stuff. But when I dove into this, when I kind of woke up to the idea that these things were happening in films and kind of realizing that they were put there on purpose, I did kind of a similar deep dive. But the thing that's interesting about it, and it gets muddied up because it's three things in my opinion. Some of it is legitimate, intentional, has meaning to them being used and put out there. Like we said, they got to tell you what they're doing. There is a certain legitimacy to that. But there's also, I think, especially as time's gone on and it's become more known, I think some filmmakers do it just to mock people. As in, oh, hey, if I put this symbols in my movie, you'll think that I'm doing this weird, I'm trying to send a message when I'm actually not. there's a mocking aspect to it.
Like they're playing
And then there's
into
some
it.
that there's some that do it just kind of copy too what they've seen before. So
They just see the
it's
things
kind
that
of
are
like
successful work and roll with it there.
right. So it's not always like legitimately insidious necessarily, but so it kind of goes back to the whole propaganda thing. You don't know what's true and what isn't, and the reasons for it.
No
know what I
doubt, it's
mean?
extremely hard to pick out, and you, I find it what you were discussing with them, like maybe putting it out to mock people. Is it possible also that it's just it's more like an attempt to garner popularity or garner controversy, not necessarily in a mocking way, but in like a guerrilla marketing sense. It could be something of that nature too, but it does all tie into muddying the waters of it, doesn't it?
It kind of does. It's hard to say. I think my point is like, and some of it I'm going by opinion, just because I kind of understand, not in the industry standpoint. I never worked in the industry, but I kind of understand the filmmaker kind of thought process and how that works and the storytelling thing. And yeah, I think as now with the internet and with these conspiracy theories being widespread and talked about, I think there is a handful, and this is kind of just an opinion of mine. There's a handful of filmmakers that would do it to say, "Aha! See, I'm doing this," and yeah, it is kind of gets attention, but it's just more of a what's the word for it? More like a troll.
Yeah.
Like you're trolling the audience in a way.
Okay.
It's kind of like a cool kids club thing. What I find interesting is that the filmmaking, motion picture as an art form, we're finding the symbology in it, and we can look back at Renaissance painting and like everything was done for a very specific reason. And I feel like when we're finding it in modern film, it's kind of the modern medium in which you would transmit information like that.
And I would agree with that. That's correct. I mean, it's the 20th century equivalent.
Because film is quite a young medium in terms of media that we consume, and you see it in music too. Honestly, like not even talking about music videos, but even in songs and lyrics, it's kind of the same way. It's progressing the same way. Like people are that same mocking attitude. I think you're talking about. We see in a lot of stuff, like with the Sam Smith at the awards show, that almost feels like that same kind of nature that we're seeing in the film, where it is like haha, what are you gonna do?
I don't know. That one felt dark.
Right.
Though.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't know, maybe it's wrong, but like sometimes your hackles go up. It's like when it is actually something to pay attention to.
I agree.
Absolutely, that spider sense starts tingling.
Yeah, that one. I didn't even enjoy watching it. It freaked me out. I didn't like it.
How do you feel about the moon landing stuff in The Shining? Do you know about that connection?
That one's tough. I haven't watched The Shining for a long time, I have to admit. So it's not really. I have to watch it to kind of get my kudos on it. But the thing of it is too that you can go two ways with that, because that was Kubrick again, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And he was into the whole Apollo thing. He was kind of. I mean, you're talking about 2001: Space Odyssey and stuff like that. So you're talking about a guy who loved the subject to begin with.
That's true.
So I'll put it this way: it could be legitimately him trying to say something, or it could be him fanboying about the subject and putting it in symbolically. Just as an imagery that he wanted to put in more as a an ode to something he liked.
Yeah, it's just kind of a nod.
I think with Kubrick, it's still, I think it's intentional. I think he put those images in there on purpose. It's not an accident, but it may not be necessarily insidious either.
Do you feel like people read too much into this imagery sometimes, that it is unintentional, it's accidentally done more often, or is it more often that it is intentional?
Well, okay, so I think it's more often intentional, but the intention matters, right?
On what I get what you're saying, like whether or not they're like what you're saying with Kubrick on the Apollo stuff being just him, like, you know, putting it in there as a wink and a nod instead of being like a full like disclosure statement from him kind of thing.
Right, but that's the tricky part of this. It's like, you know, I think both things are true, and well, I'll give you an example. I did a short film recently, and I used the kind of, you know, Illuminati kind of inspired symbols in one of my films with the triangle. For one of my, I have this basically a version of the WEF in my movie. It's called the WAC. It's a authoritarian council that walled off cities and that kind of stuff, right? But I used the triangle and the eye, not because I'm part of the system or that I'm part of it, but because that lore just so happens to, because of the conspiracy around groups like that is a real conspiracy. It just so happened that the entities that I was creating in my film, it perfectly lines up to that conspiracy so that I could use that in my film in an organic way. So it ties into real life in a very subtle way. I don't do a whole lot of it, but so like in my intention, it was tying into something in real life, but it's not saying that I'm part of it, if that makes sense. It's utilizing that existing lore.
An acknowledgement of it.
Pre-existing.
Exactly.
A baseline. So how much do you think? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Ask me.
I was gonna say, how much do you think, percentage-wise, is people just using it as like a pre-established lore MacGuffin versus using it as some kind of actual meaningful symbology?
I'm only guessing, and I only kind of recently started thinking about this. I don't know for sure, but I think nowadays it's probably used maybe more 50-50, you know, potentially. Like as far as the cases of being intentional, I think some of it's like, you know, because you got to think, other than like short films and very low budget independent films, movies have a lot of thought that goes into them, right? And like down to set dressing, colors, and stuff like that. Films like mine, I kind of use what I have, so it's a little bit different. But once you get into a certain budget, everything's intentional. Everything's on purpose. And so of those ones that are, I would say, intentional, nowadays it's probably a greater percentage, like I said, maybe 50-50, is using lore, acknowledging it, but not necessarily saying that, oh, we're in the club. It's just they like to use it. And but sometimes the ones I think that are legitimately trying to tell you about, I hate to use it, but like the club, I'll put it this way, it's like if the Illuminati is the club or whatever.
Yeah.
Those ones tend to require a little more deciphering.
Okay, they're buried a little bit deeper.
They are. They're buried within the imagery in a subtle way. Like a good example of this, in my opinion, is Knowing with Nicolas Cage. There is frames in that movie when I'm watching it that I could see, you know, the lore with the stack that's on fire, and there's like an image of an eye in the bedroom of the attic, and you only catch it because the way they lit it. It's not like an eyeball on the wall, like a poster that's obvious. They literally lit the room in such a way, and they did the set design in such a way that it actually is like the eye, and the way the kid's standing in it. That's a very intentional thing, but it's very subliminal at the same time.
Very subliminal. It's something you wouldn't think to pick out.
And like, even if you look at the house on the outside, you count the slats to the side of the house, and it adds up to like 13 and 33 or something. Like, and so like these things are, you would have to be looking for it to catch it, but it's like your subconscious catches those things.
You made a really interesting point. That it's honestly a simple point, but I didn't think about it. That on a multi-million-dollar production, there's not a lot of accidents. Like, things aren't just sneaking by. Everything's very intentional.
Correct. Yep. No, that's exactly right. And that's where you got to really be able to decipher, because like I said, you get into films like mine where I make mine for, pennies. I'm just using what I have, and things do happen by accident, but when you're talking about,
we know the feeling.
Bigger budget.
Yeah, and that is a really good, you got me, I'm like running through my head movies that I've seen in like the past 10 years now, and just picking stuff out. You have me really thinking on a lot of stuff, because we all know like the big ones, like the Shining, or stuff like, you could even say like maybe Pan's Labyrinth fits into a large occult themed movie. But there's a lot of stuff down that rabbit hole that you find sly references, and Disney's like the master of sly references to stuff too. I tell you what.
Like I said, we could do a whole show on Disney.
Yeah, that's become a explicative nowadays, hasn't it?
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, so I think that's just kind of why I wanted to point out, is like it's I think the point of that whole that I'm getting to mostly is that it is a very convoluted and difficult thing to decipher, and I think you teeter on this tricky place of trying to figure out what is really them saying something, or let you know that they're in the club, so to speak, as I said, and kind of putting it subconsciously in your head, and the other part is just using it for narrative purposes, and it gets muddied up. And I think the more films have been made, and the more aware people are, it gets even more muddied up, because of filmmakers put it in just to be, hey, people are talking about this right now, I'm going to throw up my movie.
Do you think the club per se also puts out the more less intentional trolly, like it's there to be a poke, than it is to muddy the waters even more for themselves? And do you think they're playing controlled opposition on themselves as well in this dance?
Well, now you're talking about 3D chess, aren't you?
Yeah, no kidding.
Something like that, no doubt.
Yeah, that's the danger. That's where you start getting yourself going in circles, right? And I like to use a kind of a fun little saying, and that is being careful not to see comet in your soup, right? And so that's where you can overthink. I think if we're going to say in the club, it goes back to those handful of ones that are putting it out there in a way that is subversive. Those are the ones that are, as we said before, they have to ask permission for you to put those things in your life, but they're telling you what they're doing. Yeah. Those are the ones that concern me. Those are the ones that the hackles go up. Like you brought up earlier, Eyes Wide Shut. That's a prime example.
Oh man, it makes my skin crawl every time I hear the name.
Yeah. The Shining is I'm on the fence about still. I mean, there's things in there I can explain away that it's symbolic and on purpose, but it's not for the reasons I think in an Illuminati standpoint. Does that make sense?
No, I absolutely understand.
it's like it's more imagery art wise that's meant to be, put out there. It's like a polo shirt, t-shirt, or a sweater on the kid, and that kind of stuff.
It's more
So, I don't know,
evocative than it is
getting that kind
invocative.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if I conveyed any of that very well, but
No,
I
you
think you
got
did.
your point across phenomenally, my man. I think the gist of what we're nailing at here is there is quite a mix of actual meaningful symbolism, symbolism that is there to kind of just throw people off and get a laugh out of it. Shock content, I guess, is a good way to put that. And then there's a group that is using it as either like homages to things they enjoy or as a lore box, instead of it having, they're using it more colloquially than they are as symbology.
yeah. And then you have the legit ones that you got to be concerned about.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean that is something, the way you have laid this out as kind of like these 4 sets, essentially 3 or 4 sets of groups that are using the symbology that exists, is I like it. It's very concise, and it puts a good way to read into this without getting too caught up in the weeds.
Well, and we really
Exactly.
appreciate you calling in, and not just that, you're so much life in our chat. It's really helpful.
No doubt. It's been a pleasure having you in there and chatting along with us, my man.
Yeah. Can I ask a real quick question? I won't take too long, I promise.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Because I caught you guys like, I don't know, 2 or 3 episodes in or whatever. How did this start?
Oh, that's a good question.
I think it's just kind of, this is all of us naturally.
Yeah.
This is us when we're just hanging out, and we were like, why don't we just record what we're already doing? We were already doing this in our living room. But then we wanted to hear other people besides the 3 of us.
Absolutely. There's a lot of interest in all of us into paranormal topics, conspiratorial things, stuff of that nature. I feel like we've all been, for pretty much our entire lives, doing what could be, I guess, considered research into topics like these. And so it was just kind of a confluence of events. It just happened to come together that we had all of the technical equipment to make it happen as well. It was just kind of a right place, right time, almost like a synchronicity.
I mean, honestly, I was watching or listening to a lot of Coast to Coast, and I thought it would be cool to do like a Coast to Coast thing, but more on a modern medium. And I already had a lot of the equipment, and like our microphones aren't perfect. Somebody in chat was just talking about that on Rumble. But we had enough to at least get started. So we figured, hey, let's do this, and let's do it on a topic we all like. We all like listening to Coast, watching Y-Files and similar content online, and we always have a lot to say about it, and it's just fun. And I was like, it'd be cool to do a call-in show with like a forum component to it, the way Coast to Coast used to have a bulletin board system where a lot of mythos and stuff came out of their bulletin board that got covered on the show. So ultimately, that's kind of what we're aiming for.
Yeah, believe me, the format is not lost on me. I was an Art Bell fan back in the day.
Yeah,
Right
that's
on.
good stuff.
Right on.
And what better way to
All right,
spend a
well-
Friday night? Like, you get to hang out with your best friends and chat with new people. It's fun.
Can't beat it.
Yeah. Well, cool. Yeah, if you get a chance, check out my films too. They're not much
Yes.
to look at, but they're there.
Yeah, we'll
No
check them
doubt,
out.
brother. No doubt. We can do that.
Would love to.
All right.
And thanks
Well,
for
thanks for
checking in
taking the
with
call.
us every
Appreciate it.
Friday night.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
it's been really cool.
Anytime you have something to call in and say, man, feel free to do it. The lines are open anytime that number's on screen, brother.
All right. I'm looking forward to see you guys progress. So
We
Thank
appreciate
you.
that.
You too, Randy.
as well.
Take care. That was cool.
Absolutely.
I have Chris on Rumble talking about our mics, but I don't exactly know. I'll show it to you later. Well, it's about 10:45. Should we wrap up?
I think it might be. We've run pretty late, but we had some really great callers tonight, and
Yeah,
I
really
don't
cool.
mind running late for some great callers.
It was
so
fun.
we appreciate everyone that watched. We appreciate everyone that called in, especially. We want to hear from all of you guys, so make sure to check us out every Friday night, 6 p.m. Central, Pacific, 8 p.m. Central. Check us out on darkdial.com. We've got a forum up where you can share stories, pictures, anything you want with us. We want to be able to talk about stuff that you guys put on there. So if you have any personal stories or things that you'd like to talk about that you may not have the opportunity to call in about, feel free to put them on there. And we appreciate you tuning in. Anyone else got some final words for us all?
You can check me out on Cryptic J or at Cryptic J on Facebook. What else? Like, subscribe, follow our channel on Rumble. What else? We're here every Friday night.
Yeah, we're going to be on next Friday night.
And you can message us throughout the week.
Yep. And Chance is going to put up, again, show notes in terms of, we're a little late on that.
The past 3 weeks will go up at once.
We try to put up our sources in terms of what we're doing, but we've also been struggling with technical issues, trying to get our mics as best tuned in as possible because we don't have perfect mics for 3 people in a room. Aside from that, obviously darkdial.com. You can find me at Merlin's Museum, but right now you're mostly going to find us on the Dark Dial content. I've been focused on that right now. You want to do the thing?
The thing. The thing. The thing.
Tell us when you're ready.
Do the thing.
All right. Like, subscribe, and get notifications. And if you're on Rumble, follow us, please. We would love to have you give us a chance to kind of get on our feet, tell people about us.
Yeah, our YouTube channel is growing a little bit quicker than our Rumble. We're just getting started. This is our 5th week. And we'd like to see Rumble grow a little bit. So if you can follow us on Rumble, we're really hoping to see that platform grow and to bring people over to it.
But wherever you watch us at, we appreciate you.
Tonight we actually streamed on X or Twitch or Twitter. We switched from, everything's a TW. We switched from Twitch to Twitter this week to see how that went because nothing was happening on Twitch. Yeah, so again, darkdial.com, cool forum. We're going to have a landing page soon. Not that that's important, but that just helps you find us on socials and stuff. But the bulk of the website's a forum. It's kind of a classic Art Bell style bulletin board system, except it actually runs on modern stuff, which makes it look and feel
a lot
better than a lot of forums that are out there. So.
Well, we look forward to y'all joining us next Friday night. Talk about some more weird stuff.
Peace out.
Keep it real.
Bye.